Good afternoon, good evening, depends on your time and your location. I salute all the Biafrans. And I say, welcome you this morning. I say, happy weekend to we all, and happy new month also. To all the way-meaning Biafrans, and those who stand on the truth, and those who understand the importance of what we are doing. I salute you and I greet you this morning. So please, as you come in, please may you like and share the program this morning so the others may know that we are live, because that is the importance of it. Whenever you share this program, whenever you share the program, honestly, the importance of what we are doing, that other people may know that we are live. And through that way, you are helping to make the message to go viral, and the other people may come and join us and also help us to share, because once they are sharing the message, other people are seeing it. So please take out your time to share on your wall, on your timeline, on your YouTube page, on your Facebook, everywhere you can, on your TikTok, on your Instagram, on your Telegram. There is why this message is very important for us to share it, because you know that we use this platform to educate ourselves in some things that we're supposed to do as a country that maybe we may not be doing, or maybe because of we lack the knowledge, the ability of reasoning those things and know how important those things are, and we refuse to do it. So we are here to remind you once again that anyone we are not doing, that one will still remain for us to come back and do it. So if you look at it, you will see the reason why it's very important for you and I to join hands together to do it. Also, I want you to know one thing, that Mazi Simon by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu coming out is in our hand. It's in the hands of way-meaning Biafrans. It's in the hands of those who want Biafra to become a new country. That is where it lies on. So that is why I am telling you to mind things you do and things you say on social media, because they are all counting into what we are doing right now. If you become an enemy, we must treat you as an enemy. If you see the African government as your problem, you also becomes our problem. Because there is one thing that we never reason like this before. And the Igbo ndị be anyị si na egwu bidoro ọfụọ na agba udele, ahịa bidoro ọfụọ na nnụnụ anụ a na-akpọ udele na ọ na-agbagwoju ya anya ma ebido ahịa ọfụọ ebe ọ ga-esi bata chọta ebe ndị anụ ezi na ndị anụ na-anọ. But as the days are going on, then udele ga-ejizi aka ya were ezi isi ihe ọ na-anụ chọta ebe ndị niile ahụ ọ na-achọ nọ n'ime ahịa nọ, oruzi ọgabazie ebe a nga bere otu a nke ọ dị okwu nwere onwe. So any of us till today who is still against declaration, I am telling you that what you are doing is not because of your ignorance, but because of you hate someone, or you find out that this is the end of you making money with the name of Biafra, and you start castigating. You want to bring it down. You cannot bring it down, because you are not the one who started it. You are not the one that Chukwuka give the spirit to lead. You are not. So I only want to let you know there is nothing you can do to stop the movement, because the movement is massive. The movement is ordained by Chukwuka. The movement is what the people want. At this time we are into what we really want. And that thing that something that we want, which happens to be a free country. If you are still today fighting against the government and not supporting the government, withdrawing your support, the question is, how could you get it? How could a child be going to school without graduation and you are happy paying that child school fees? It's also part of how you can understand what we are doing and how we are doing it. The government has told you that they don't have time to talk more, but they need action. And which is the best thing that will happen to us by flowing our government with their actions. And not short anymore, because a government does not have time to do short, but they have time to do their action, to make things work in the way that things supposed to work. So for you who are fighting, withdrawing your support, it doesn't matter. Obatodie told us one word that always comes into my mind, that it's not the name you call him today is what matters. That it is the name that you are going to call him in the next 20, 30 years to come. Somebody that you are calling all manner of names today, it doesn't matter. What matters is the name that you're going to call that person in future. That is what matters most. That is why people, sometimes I will say that for no reason. But the most important thing that we all need to know that the road we are passing now, we never passed that road before. Many people may go astray. Many people may not understand it. But I want to tell you one word. Ignorance of you is not an excuse in the eyes of the law. You are ignorant that you feel that you are claiming that you are this, you are that. It's not an excuse. Because the neighbor is na no Igbo no ụzọ amaghị akpụ ole egbe anya n'ọdụ. Mata ka esi akpụ ogene. Ụzọ amaghị akpụ ogene. Ya lee egbe anya n'ọdụ ka ọ mata ka esi akpụ jawa mbụ ogene. My people, I am asking us this morning, you want Biafra? The Biafra you want, the Chukwu Okabiyama told that it must come through this one person. Our movement that we are into is the same movement of the Israelites. Is it only Moses that lead the Israelites to the promised land? The answer is no. Is it only, even in a common election of a country, is it only one person who will come for lead the country or to campaign for president or governor or any other thing? Are there not many that are out, but few are choose, and one person automatically win at last? You can bring all these things into what we are doing, so you may understand it perfectly. That's what we are doing needed many more hands on the deck, on the side of the government to push forward. I hope you are understanding it. We need, in a movement like this, the Israelites, for them to get to their promised land. Is it only Moses that the one lead them? Is it only Aaron that is one leading them? The answer is no. For you who is waiting for Nnamdi Kanu, for you who is waiting for Simon Ekpa, do not be deceived. You who is waiting for the president of United States of Biafra, Nnamdi Kanu, to come out, and also you who is waiting for the Prime Minister Simon to come out before you can join the movement, you are deceiving yourself, and you are making mockery of yourself, because that is not the way it goes. Let me bring you down to you. In your family, is it only you and your wife? The answer is no. There is children, there is the boys, there is the girls in your family. Tomorrow, one of them can become a leader. When you as father is not there, the son becomes the father of the house. When you as a mother is not there, the first daughter becomes the mother of the house. I don't know why our people cannot bring themselves down to make a common reasoning of what is happening to us, and you can get a common sense and advise yourself on what to do. Yes, my people, this is how it works, and this is how it is. Before we go into what we have this morning, we must listen to Mazen Nnamdi's words, because it's encouraging. He is the man who saw yesterday. He is the man who saw tomorrow. He is the man who has heard everything that is happening, and he prepared us ahead of this time. So if you as in person are no longer prepared by yourself, now you said it. But for the real Biafran people, they have prepared and they are ready to go. So that is why I'm here to tell you, do not be deceived, do not be moved, because what we are seeking for, we are getting it without wasting time. If you had that word from us now, the Kanu, that what we are doing, that we are fanatical about it, what is coming to your mind? Is it when you fall back? Is it when you stop from the movement? Is it when you are no longer active? Is it when you are start castigating the government? Is it when you are only one who knows everything? You are the only one who is saying the truth. Imagine such a thing. Listen to this.
Are fanatical about Biafra. We will do everything humanly possible to ensure that Biafra comes. It is either the flag of Biafra is raised up or I am lowered into the grave. One of the two must happen. It is better for this heaven and this earth not to exist than for Biafra not to come to pass. It's a promise and a pledge we are making to them. It's a promise and a pledge we are making to them. They must understand that we just don't love our country. We are fanatical about Biafra. We will do everything humanly possible to ensure that Biafra comes. It is either the flag of Biafra is raised up or I am lowered into the grave. One of the two must happen. It is better for this heaven and this earth not to exist than for Biafra not to come to pass. It's a promise and a pledge we are making to them. It's a promise and a pledge we are making to them. They must understand.
What is your pledge? Do you have a pledge before you join? What is in your mind before you join? What is in your mind? What is your thinking before you join? Do you make any pledge? Can you make such a pledge in your life that if Biafra, even if at all cost, that Biafra will come? Let me just use that common word. I am asking you, what is your own pledge in this movement? What is that thing that is triggering you? Where is your love about Biafra? What is that thing that you have to do? Is it you as a human being coming against the government, or criticizing against the government is what you have to do? Is it you as a person, only one who knows everything? You had Mazen Nnamdi. Sorry, 1 minute, my people. Guys. No, sorry, 1 minute. Yeah. So, what is your take home for most of Mazen? What do you wish him also? What do you wish Mazen Nnamdi Kanu? It's another question that calls for an answer. Is it the flag to raise without him? Or is it for him to lower on the grave? Which one are you? When we look at everything that's going around, like I told you, like I let on understand one thing that comes into my mind always. Anybody who is against our declaration, anybody who is against real declaration of United States of Biafra, anybody who is against the government of United States of Biafra, anybody who is calling United States of Biafra USB charger, they are all want Mazi Kanu to be lowered in the grave. They don't want him alive. Their own is worse because they don't even want Biafran flag to be raised up anywhere in the world. Is the truth. It's no longer the time where we romance the world or where we paint it, but it is a time where we bring everything out the way it is, because that is only what is going to serve us at what we are into right now. I want you to know that without wasting time. When you see all these people who are against the government, my people, I want you to know that they have another ulterior motive. You and them are not doing the same thing, my people. You and all these people are not the same people. That is why they turn back, doing what they are doing. What are they doing? Trying to stop your freedom and my freedom. And someone is clapping for them. Someone is being with them. The movement that we are into as this last minute, everybody must know, you must know what you are doing and what you are saying. It is very important because everything is counting into what we are doing. My people, we must be strong. We must be strong. I said what? We must be strong as people of United States of Biafra. It is very, very imperative if we are strong, because the enemy also want to do everything to stop the movement. Are you going to allow them to do that? That is why we are here to debunk their lies and also put it to you that what we are doing, many countries has gone through that way and it become legal in the eyes of the international community. Those who claim they are the authorities of the world, those liars, those who don't want to say the truth about what is going on, I want you to have in your mind that everything in between follows along into what we are doing. That everything that we are doing, it is in the hands of Biafra that Biafra will be restored. And here, Biafra has been restored. If you know, you know. That is when that word of Baba told you comes in. That what you don't know is bigger than you, my people. Let no one change your mind. Don't look at whatever anybody is saying. But what we must think of, what we must do, what we must listen to is what gives us the momentum of what we are doing and how we as the Biafran people, we accomplish the mission that remains a 5-minute step away. Where we are without gun and bullet also is like where Ojukwu is, where many wrong advice comes in time of Ojukwu. So he stopped the movement, he stopped the war. I want you to know that going back is the most painful way. But moving forward is going to be the happiest time, because after rain, there must be a sunshine. After thunder, there must be heavily coming down. After all this shenanigans that is happening today, because of we have never gone through this way before, that is why we are seeing all this shenanigans going on. We could see more of all this, or more of all this will come. Do you have the mind to stand strong? Do you have the mind to make sure that you finish what we started? Now that what we started, that international laws are, there's part of it that are supporting us into what we are doing. In every step we take in, there is a gap, there is a line, there is a something that we are doing that international laws supported what we are doing. I want you to know, number one thing, that it's our right to agitate. It's our right to decide that we want a new country. It's our right for us to choose who will be our president. It's our right to choose who is going to be our prime minister, like we have already choose them. On the declaration day, we have a president who was kidnapped, who happened to be Nnamdi Kanu, who was a president of United States of Biafra, who was kidnapped in Kenya, rendition illegally down to Nigeria. Also, our Prime Minister, Simon Ekpa, was also arrested. What we are passing through is what other people are passing through, but why our own is different? Because of we are a different people entirely in the world. We are different people entirely in the world. The same thing that we are passing today is what Ambazonian people are passing through. Their former leader was arrested today and holding on in Cameroon. The way Nigeria is holding our president, Nnamdi Kanu. Then the second in command happened to be the prime minister or the vice president of Ambazonia, was also arrested in Norway and kept in prison till today. You see? And the people outside did not fall back. They stand on the government side and they are moving it today. Their names are gradually coming out in the world stage, in the global community. You can see their names coming out gradually. So for us, we are also told that the same way. We are moving very fastly, if you may know, that the government is on the right track. They are meeting all the criteria of international law. But the problem is those who are introducing the international law to us are very corrupt entities. UN is corrupt. EU is corrupt. All of them, all the big countries in the world has corrupt because of one thing or the other. They are also corrupt because they don't want their country, a new people to emerge so their country can be divided. Do you see how the world are so very tiny, very cunning? They will not come out openly to support, but they will be hiding themselves because in their own country also there is a people seeking to be free from their hand also. So for them to come out and support you as a Biafran is going to be hard to them because no country has a good 100% president. Every country has one leakage. Not the way it is in the Africa. Africa, when it comes to Africa, Nigeria own is the worst one in this scenario. Yes, they celebrate their independence with all manner of words, blood, with all manner of words, coffee, of gasket of people everywhere. A country that's brought foreigners, missionaries, to become and buy the citizens and take them away. That's what we're passing through. If you see videos coming out from Nigeria, you will always cry because Nigeria is never a country. Because once, remember, a foreigner created a Nigeria. A foreigner are the one chasing the indigenous people of the so-called Nigeria out from their ancestral home, from their ancestral land, from their ancestors' land. The foreigners are chasing them away. Look at the pictures, the videos, everything coming out from Nigeria is about the foreigner taking over the indigenous people of the country, the so-called Nigeria as a country. Because I am not condemning Nigeria for those who want one Nigeria, but I am bringing the facts out for us to understand that people, we don't want to be like them, and we are stepping outside of Nigeria. We have already stepped outside on November 29, 2024, which we stood up with a delegate of worth over 1,000 to make a declaration of United States of Biafra as a new country. Nigeria is a safe haven of Boko Haram and all the bad things. I want you to know that in every country in the world, There was a time they are a new country. Every country in this world, there was a time they are a new country. There was a time they fight for something. But happens to the people of the country, the indigenous people of the country, they are the one who fought for their country. But for Nigeria, a white man, a foreigner stood up and said, you are Nigerian. Can you go to England and point a area and say, you are Azoka, or you are Obiagu Street, and they start answering it? That is what happened to us. Nigeria was colonized by Britain, and the same Britain give them name they are answering to today. Among the countries that Britain give names, many of them has changed their name, and the answer another different thing. It's only on that one that was married, that a wife of a Briton refused to leave. Even the painful marriage is still to be there. When you see everything that is happening, then you may know that the foreigners who occupy Nigeria today, both they are in the president's level, both they are in the vice president, both all whatnot that make up the government, they are all foreigners. Go and verify. That is why the real people happen to be the people of Biafra are seeking out. That we don't want this a country that a man, a foreigner created. Go and check all the Boko Haram, all the ICC, all the ISWAP, all the Lakrawa, all of them that in Nigeria. They are all foreigners. They migrated into Nigeria. But today, they are the one in the military. They are the one in the police. Go and check. That's why Nigeria is not a country. I want you to know that the truth is always bitter. I am not disputing those who believe in Nigeria. Have your one Nigeria. Allow me to go. I only want to be a Biafran. And I was born as a Biafran because I was born after the decided war against the people of Biafra. After the war that took place in 1967 to 1970. My people, let no one at where we are right now, that we have secured our territory, that we are about to secure our territory, that we are building everything like every other country today. There was a year America they got their independence from Britain. It happens. When America is fighting to leave Britain, the way France fights and move away from Britain. Do you know that France supported America, give them aid, give them equipment to defend their land? That is where we find ourselves today. Nigeria become Britain that colonized us. We are opting out from Britain that call Nigeria. We don't want them. We don't want to set ourselves with Nigeria anymore. It's not a call for fight. It's not a call for war. But the way they are seeing it, but the way they are doing it, they are calling it as if we are seeking for war. Rather, we are not. Having a new country is not an offense. Having a new country is not an offense. Despite every other thing, people have a choice. People have their rights on what they do and what they are not going to be doing. Remember that this morning we are still on the benefit of declaration of a new country. The benefit. Remember yesterday we discussed about the danger when people refuse to make a declaration when their leader was arrested. The danger, we exposed it yesterday. Today we are on the another for the last side of the Geneva Convention 1949 that supports a declaration of a new country, and why the declaration it is very important for the arresting leaders and how you can help them to be free. That is the area we are going. So please, as you come, may you like and share the program. Yes, before I go, I must go to comment section and thank those, the well-meaning Biafrans. I see you. Onyangos, thank you so much. You are the first person. Rose, good morning. I see you. I see Stephen, good morning. I see you. I see Coaches 042. I see you. I see David. I see you. I see your comments. But one thing I want you to know, that there was a time any country in the world becomes a new country, and how do they do it? That is what we are here to do today. I see Oganaya, good morning from here. Good morning from here. So please, as you come, may you like and share as we are moving into the main program this morning. So nobody should hold us, and we are moving straight away because it is very important for us to listen. It is very important for us to do what we are doing, that nobody will do it for us. We are the only one to do it by ourselves, and that is where we have find ourselves. Listen to this.
The 1949 Geneva Conventions primarily deal with the conduct of armed conflict and the protection of those involved. For a leader arrested before a declaration of independence, the declaration's benefit under the Geneva Conventions is its potential to change the legal classification of the conflict and, consequently, the status of the arrested leader.
I hope you listen to this. Yes, I see you. Okay, I will tell my brother. Go choose 042. I see Juliet. Good morning from here. Please remember the hashtag. Look at what Go choose. We made a little bit changes in what we are doing before. Please hold on. Look at my brother. Go choose 042. Hashtag Nigeria and the Britain. Free Nnamdi Kanu, the president of United States of Biafra. Then, hashtag Finland government, free Simon Ekpa, the Prime Minister of United States of Biafra. This is our code on this platform. So whenever you come, remember to do hashtag Nigeria and Britain, free Nnamdi Kanu, the President of United States of Biafra. Hashtag Finland government, free Simon Ekpa, the Prime Minister of United States of Biafra. This is the code on this platform. Whenever you come, please try to do this. This is a part of protest you are in your room doing by hashtagging. And anything hashtag was meant anybody who is not a Biafran who come across our platform or our comment section, and once they see hashtag everywhere, they will pay attention. They will know something is going on there. Please endeavor to do hashtag Nigeria and Britain, free Nnamdi Kanu now, the president of United States of Biafra. Hashtag Finland, free Simon Ekpa, the Prime Minister of United States of Biafra. Please endeavor to do that. I want you to know there is many ways of the Geneva Convention, even at the worst one, when it's happened to the internal conflict. Even if we are throwing gun and blame with Nigeria, and the Nnamdi Kanu is there and he was arrested as the president. What did they say here? They said the 1949 Geneva Convention primarily deal with the conduct of armed conflict and the what? Armed conflicts and the protection of those involved. Remember, we never go into armed conflict with Nigeria officially, remember. And our president was arrested, happened to be Nnamdi Kanu. The prime minister also was arrested, happened to be Simon Ekpa. But here they said that Geneva Convention, that this law, that this convention and what comes out of it is involved protection of those involved. Who are those involved? The Biafran people who are fighting to leave Nigeria as a complex country, as a company that's owned by someone. Please, 1 minute. So, this is the Geneva Convention telling us, even in time of the armed conflict with Nigeria, even in the time of armed conflict with Nigeria, that Geneva Convention has what? Protection of those involved. For a leader arrested before a declaration of independence, the declaration benefit under the Geneva Convention is potential to change the legal clarification of the conflict and consequently the status of the arrested leader. You know, I see you easy well. Good morning. I see Ogonaya. Good morning. I see Sunday. Good morning. Please remember the code. Yes, I can see it going on. Yes, thank you also, my people. Thank you, the real Biafran people, for doing that. I want us to truly go into this very well with this Geneva Convention of 1949. You know, I told that today in our first session that we are going to treat finally this Geneva Convention, the right. Do you see where Geneva Convention? We are not into armed conflict with Nigeria already, but the Geneva Convention is here to protect us even though we go through armed conflict with Nigeria. The Geneva Convention is what? They said that the Geneva Convention changes everything that we are doing. The Geneva Convention changes even now that Mazen Kanu is arrested, even now that Mazen Kanu was kidnapped from a country. So that Geneva Convention also covered him. That this Geneva Convention is protection of those involved, even though when their leader was arrested before their declaration of independence. The declaration benefits on the Geneva Convention, it is a potential to change the legal clarification of Nnamdi Kanu with those names that Nigerian government attacked him, that he's a leader of a terrorist group, that his group was declared was called a terrorist group. All this is what this convention, all this is what the declaration first is changing in the life of Nnamdi Kanu, so that nobody will, in the name of Nnamdi Kanu, the president of United States of Biafra, and also in the making a change in the case of Simon, the prime minister of United States of Biafra. I want you to understand that the arrest, that Geneva Convention has something to do. When we go further, then you may understand the importance of this Geneva Convention and also the importance of our declaration. People, there is two things people did not understand very well. You see that our self-referendum vote that we want Biafra as a country. People did not understand the importance of that document. People also did not understand the importance of a declaration of a Charlie for a new country that has a workable government, a permanent population, defined territory, a government that can enter into capacity of relationship with every other person. So the declaration document gives us every legal power. The declaration document gives us every legal power to go into every legal way right now. And that is what the government is doing. That's why I told you, the time we are into, in this era where we are right now, is not the era of woto, but is the era of diplomatic and words. Commitment under international community, under international global stage. This is where we are. Under where you write a petition, under where the lobby and the congressmen of Biafra working under Biafra understand what they are doing. And our documents give them more power to present our case in any offices, anywhere they enter. It's give them the rights. People don't understand this because you can only understand when you read and research and understand the importance of declaration, when you read and research, when you listen to the right platform to educate you, for you to know that the declaration is your backbone, is everything. Is everything. Our self-referendum vote, our declaration, these two documents are the most powerful tool that prove that Biafra, like what my brother son said here, Biafra is a sovereign state. I see you, Eze, Chukwu Bueze. Thank you so much for coming in. Please, as you come, please like and share the program so others may know that we are live. Look at it too. We are not even into the conflict with Nigeria. And the law is telling us there is a what? position. There is a protection with under international law. If we are into a conflict and any of Biafra army or anybody is arrested, that there is a way, that there is international law is a backbone. The Geneva Convention told us that they have what it takes to protect us against Nigeria. Let's continue.
The core problem, status under the 1949 conventions. Before a declaration, the conflict is considered a non-international armed conflict, NIAC, governed primarily by Common Article 3 of the 4 Geneva Conventions, and the leader is likely considered a civilian insurgent or a rebel under domestic law, subject to being tried for treason or sedition. The Geneva Conventions only provide minimal protection against cruel treatment and unfair trials. Common Art.
Thank you. Yes, Oganaya, I said we are going to finish this one. Then before we go into our self-referendum that Jovica is running mouth without knowing that the people, that America, that many countries in the world pass through that way, is after this. We will do that at a second session and third session. We'll continue doing it maybe for some days until when we finish it, what the law said about it. It's very important if you do so. So that is, we are coming to that. Before a declaration, the conflict is considered as a non-international armed conflict. There is why I want us to part. Remember, yesterday we are just talking about the benefits without this armed conflict, because when a new country declared, it might trigger an armed conflict. Do you know that since we have declared Biafra, that if Gentile and Botoza and all of them are under the government, that if anything happens to them after our declaration, the way the other people that was the way other people was being treated is not the way that they are going to be treated. Do you know why? Because Biafra has become a sovereign state in their own time. So there is way this international law said that those people are going to be treated in a very special way. When we are not, when we have never declared Biafra, people like Mboshoya, people like Ikonso that died, they call it non-international armed conflict because it's under protection of the Biafra land. We lost the life of Ikonso, lost the life of Mboshoya Kowe, lost the life of many people. If Biafra has been declared then, the manner of Ikonso could have triggered many more things. And Mboshoya Kowe, all of them. But because of no declaration, they call it non-international armed conflict under, in brackets, NIAC. Governed primarily by Common Article 3. The Article 3 of Geneva Convention is where all these things that we are going to discuss this morning, they lay down rules of if this one happened, this is how it's supposed to go. Of the 4 Geneva Convention, and the leader is likely considered a civil insurgency or a rebel under domestic law, subject to being tried for treason or sedition. The Geneva Convention only proved maximum protection against cruel treatment and unfair trial. Common Article 3. If Nnamdi Kanu is in the hands of Nigeria, the president of United States of Biafra is the head of Nigeria. If we never declared, all these things that you see here, they will charge him with treason, treasonable felony, they will charge him with sedition, they will charge him with rebel, they will charge him with civil insurgents. All these things, when we have never declared, it becomes a non-international conflict. All these things, Nigeria have to use their law to judge or to prosecute him. But now that we have declared, they are telling us here that Nigeria no longer has that judicial to to address, to even handle the case of Nnamdi Kanu, because now he becomes a prisoner of conscience. He becomes somebody who are very important because he fought for a country and the country has been declared, despite, even though no recognition yet, will become a sovereign state, my people. Dim, you're welcome, so thank you so much. Let's continue.
Article 3. The primary benefit of the Declaration, changing the legal classification. The act of declaring independence, especially if followed by the establishment of a formal armed force, aims to turn the struggle into an international armed conflict, IAC. This shift is the biggest benefit under international humanitarian law, IHL. 1. Path to prisoner of war.
Let's hold it here. After this, I will repeat, I will play it 2 times. Then you follow as I'm doing the explanation, so you can also call, because we are going to run it. After that, we go into another different program. The primary benefit of declaration changes the legal status or the legal classification. The act of declaration, the act of declaring of independence, especially if followed by the establishment of a formal armed force, armed to turn the struggle into international armed conflict, IAC. The shift is the biggest benefit under international humanitarian law. We did not even declare under armed conflict. We declare it in a peaceful way. That is why our recognition is more sacrosanct, more important than any other thing. We did not make it anyhow. I want you to know that with what I have read here to changes everything now. Everything about us has changed. It's no longer non-international, but it now becomes an everything that we're doing now is under international, the way they are seeing us. This is the Geneva Convention of 1949. The law that this is the laid down principle. This is from Article 3 of it. Like I told you, I will take you 5 minutes, but continue listening as I am repeating, playing here until I am back. Something call my attention, please.
POW status. Geneva Convention 3, GCIII, on prisoners of war provides the highest level of protection, but it applies only to IACs. The declaration is a key step in asserting a state of war between 2 recognized entities, the former state and the new state. If the new country's armed forces meet the criteria of Article 4A.2 of GCIII, e.g., being commanded by a responsible person, having a fixed distinctive sign, carrying arms openly, and respecting the laws of war, their captured fighters must be treated as POWs. While the arrested leader himself may be considered a political figure rather than a combatant, the successful reclassification of the conflict and his followers dramatically changes the political calculation for the detaining power. 2. Enhanced protection under Protocol I, 1977. The benefit is significantly stronger if the parties adhere to the 1977 Additional Protocol I to the Geneva Conventions. Article 1.4 of Protocol I explicitly expands the definition of an IAC to include conflicts where peoples are fighting against colonial domination and alien occupation and against racist regimes in the exercise of their right of self-determination. The Declaration of Independence provides the crucial evidence that the movement is operating in the exercise of this right, thereby triggering the application of Protocol I, which grants its fighters combatant and POW status. Summary of benefits to the leader. The declaration creates a political reality that forces the former state to consider the arrested leader's status under IHL, making it harder to execute him as a mere criminal. Area of benefit. Status before declaration. Potential status after declaration. Legal classification. Criminal insurgent. Treason. Sedition. Political prisoner of an international conflict. Trial exposure. Tried in domestic criminal court. High chance of death penalty. Pressure to grant protections of GCIII. Article 84. Trial only by a military court with essential guarantees, or to be viewed as a non-releasable POW until the conflict ends. Protection standard. Common Article 3. Humane treatment. No torture. No execution without a fair trial. GCIV. Additional Protocol I. More detailed rights. Protection from deportation, transfer, and access to humanitarian organizations. Diplomatic leverage. The former state treats him as a matter of internal sovereignty. The new state's allies, and the ICRC, can demand access and monitor his treatment, using the declaration as a political basis to challenge his detention.
Yes, sorry, my people. Something caught my attention, which I need to give attention also. So I'm back. Thank you so much for listening. Yeah, let us continue
The
listening.
1949 Geneva Conventions primarily deal with the conduct of armed conflict and the protection of those involved. For a leader arrested before a declaration of independence, the declaration's benefit under the Geneva Conventions is its potential to change the legal classification of the conflict and, consequently, the status of the arrested leader. The core problem, status under the 1949 Conventions. Before a declaration, the conflict is considered a non-international armed conflict, NIAC, governed primarily by Common Article 3 of the 4 Geneva Conventions, and the leader is likely considered a civilian insurgent or a rebel under domestic law, subject to being tried for treason or sedition. The Geneva Conventions only provide minimal protection against cruel treatment and unfair trials, Common Article 3. The primary benefit of the declaration, changing the legal classification. The act of declaring independence, especially if followed by the establishment of a formal armed force, aims to turn the struggle into an international armed conflict, IAC. This shift is the biggest benefit under international humanitarian law, IHL. 1. Path to prisoner of war, POW, status. Geneva Convention 3, GCIII, on prisoners of war provides the highest level of protection, but it applies only to IACs. The declaration is a key step in asserting a state of war between two recognized entities, the former state and the new state.
Now, here is from where I want us to take it more deep, so you may understand. You see, when people are against our declaration, when people did not understand the importance of this our declaration, because it's only when we are hitting hard on this our declaration, people understand the importance of this declaration. It's when they will start doing the right thing. Because of the lack of understanding of the importance of our declaration, that is why you see people misbehaving here and there. That is why I know why I am hitting on this declaration. Moreover, every day I must bring something that attached to it, because that is the main thing. They told you that it's a primary and powerful tool. That is a step one. You know when something is number one. Can you count 1,000 without counting one? Every count starts from one. So the declaration is everything we needed. That is what will save the life of Nnamdi Kanu. That is what will save the life of our Prime Minister Simon and the President. Now that Biafra has been declared officially, now we are seeking for international recognition. That is why they told you that the declaration changes their clarification and their status of their life, of the things that they was being charged of. On this Article 3, he said that this is the biggest benefit under international humanitarian law, IHL. What is that? What is that is the biggest benefit on it? That Nigeria cannot again continue detaining and charging Mazi Nnamdi Kanu terrorism, sedition, rebel, insurgent, or even Simon sponsoring a group. No, under this international law, under this Geneva Convention, Fourth Geneva Convention, Article 3, says that because of the declaration, that the declaration stop it being a local matter to Nigeria alone. It has become a global international matter, which this article of Geneva Convention are very important, that because of the declaration, they are not going to be charging that rubbish anymore. Today, they told that that Mazi to defend himself. So if the lawyers did not defend very well, they were also something they led their hand. Despite knowing that they are under their mind, they don't want Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the president of United States of Biafra, to be free. Part 1. Part 1 to prisoner of war. POW status. Now, it has changed that the common criminal and the common terrorist to what? To a prisoner of conscience, prisoner of war, because of fighting for a new country. That is why he was kidnapped. The Geneva Convention 3, IILLL, or III, the GCIII, on a prisoner of war, provide the highest level of protection, but it is only applied to IACS. That is, when the people that are involved, their matter has come over to global stage, they have a maximum protection. It's not going to be a protection of, okay, only fair hearing. No, it's going to be a protection that you don't have to, you only have to release them in the name of a prisoner of conscience who is fighting for a war to get his own country independence, or who wants a new country for his people, and his people choose him to become their leader and also become the president of the country. And now the country is officially declared under all this law. When I go deep on it, under all this law, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the president of United States of Biafra, and by now are not supposed to be. But because of the corruption in the world, and because of the recognition is not once you declare, people give recognition, the noise. People give recognition. That is why we must know that what we are doing is our right. So now that we are seeking for recognition, it's also things that we are going to attach on, the government is supposed to attach on the document. It's part of it, the protection. So when they start attaching it, it's also a maximum protection. It is what? A maximum protection to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. That is how the status and the clarification has changed, becomes an international affair, not under only Nigeria, as they see us that it's internal affair. It's no longer that way. That is why you must understand that the declaration is to save your life, save my own life, and moreover, they save the life of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and Simon Ekpa, these two heads that are leading us. The declaration is the key step in assessing a new state of war between two recognized entities. Do you know that the international community might recognize us and Nigeria decided to go to war with us? Then the international law is on our side more than the way it is on the side of Nigeria. The former state and the new state. Who are the new states? The United States of Biafra. When you see people who refuse to understand, you had it here, they said that between this Geneva Convention, Article 3, on the fourth Geneva Convention, they said, from the old and the new state, who are the new states in your life? Don't you think there is a time a new something come into your life? If you can buy car or call it a new car and call people to celebrate it, that is why this law proved to you there was a time a new country will merge, and if a new country merge, there is a challenges they are going to pass through. That is what the people of the United States of Biafra are passing through today. If the new country armed forces met the criteria of Article 4, A2, bracket 2 of GCII, e.g., being commanded by responsible prison person, be commanded by what? By responsible person. Today, those that are commanding Biafra army are responsible. Do you have it here? The COS, the people that are involved into Biafra military, they are commanding very well. They said that being commanded by a responsible person simply means that somebody must command the army, not the army to command the people of the new country. Rather, a person from the new country was declared, whether in the homeland, whether in exile, whether anywhere, that they must have a command, and the command who is commanding them will be a responsible person or even reliable person. Having fixed this detective sign, crying arm openly and representing the law of war, the capture fighters must be treated as POWs, a prisoner of conscience, a prisoner of organization of war who are fighting to defend their land. Nobody will sentence any of the Biafra army if we have met this criteria and we start to carry arm out. That is why the Biafra government call the Biafra army to come out on the street, stop living inside bushes anymore, because we have met those criteria. That is why. We want you to know why we are doing this. Because this is where everything that are disturbing, this is where everything that people used to make on social media lies on. So you may capture all those areas and send it to them. So they know that it's a right of a new country to ask their army to come outside. Because we have met those, what are those criteria? A permanent population, divine territory, and a government that is very effective, a capacity to enter into relationship, and also having army, that a person that is commanding the army is responsible one. They said that the army carries their arm openly, and anything happens to them, or Nigeria State arrested any of them, that they will be more, they said they must be treated as a prisoner of conscience war, not like a common criminal anymore. Because of what? A declaration of United States of Biafra that was made on November 20, 2024 officially. Why the arrested leader himself may be considered a political figure rather than a combatant, the successfully reconciliation of the conflict and his follow dramatical changes the political conclusion for the detaining power. Now that we have declared it, now Nnamdi Kanu, who was kidnapped from Kenya, not even arrested, because of he was kidnapped. That is why Nigeria lack judiciary to try him. That is why they told in Nigeria court, discharge and quit him. This man has no crime anymore. Nigeria committed more crime, more than Nigeria committed crime, not Nnamdi Kanu anymore. These are things that we need to know. And the ones we have after our declaration, everything that we have doing has been what? Has been transformed into a political, foreign, international, global community to listen to what is happening. And there we consider to hasten because of we met the criteria they asked us to meet. They will also, now that we have done that, we're also going to go into reconciliation. With who? Also with Nigeria, to leave our people. Let's continue very fast so we can be able to finish and enter into another topic.
The new country's armed forces meet the criteria of Article 4A.2 of GCIIA, e.g., being commanded by a responsible person, having a fixed distinctive sign, carrying arms openly, and respecting the laws of war. Their captured fighters must be treated as POWs. While the arrested leader himself may be considered a political figure rather than a combatant, the successful reclassification of the conflict and his followers dramatically changes the political calculation for the detaining power. 2. Enhanced protection under Protocol I, 1977. The benefit is significantly stronger if the parties adhere to the 1977 Additional Protocol I to the Geneva Conventions.
I hope you're hearing this. There is more benefit from declaration, is the main thing. Protection under protocol of 1977 also has been attached to what we are saying this morning. The benefit is significantly stronger if they adhere to the 1977 additional protocol. On 1977, they add more into this law of Geneva Convention of after declaration, how a new country, and if any of their army, if their leader was arrested before, and how did this law, how declaration transform him, and how also if any of them was that's carrying arm or was arrested after the declaration, that there is additional protocol I to Geneva Convention. Article 1 in bracket 4 of Protocol 1 is written essentially the definition of an IAC to include conflict where people are fighting against colonial domination. Today, Nigeria is the one colonized us, and the domination is too much. Nigeria is the one that colonized Biafran people right now, not even Britain anymore. Those are Britain colonized Nigeria, and they don't want Nigeria to leave those that Nigeria colonized. That is Biafran people. But we are already out from them. This may sound somehow to you, but this is the problem we are facing right now into what we are doing. That is why we have to pay attention. We have to take it slowly until we finish it. These are the things that you're supposed to present to anybody who is against our declaration, who did not understand. These are things that we needed. I need reason why your body here, how we are, the men law, additional protocol of it in 1967. Sorry, in 1977. So when you are listening to all this article of Geneva Convention, of these international laws, then you will know that it's our rights in what we are doing, and we are doing it the right way right now. Including the conflict where people are fighting against colonial domination and alliance occupation, against the recent reigning regime, so against the recent regime in the exclusive of the right of self-determination. We are coming because there is where we are going this morning. Once you see how they are bringing everything to us. Self-determination. It is our right. You see? It is our right. When you look at all this of self-determination, self-defense, under this Montevideo Convention, under Geneva Convention, under now that we are on Article 1 in bracket 4 of Protocol 1, then you will understand that the things that we are doing right here, that what the government is doing is the only way out. Listen.
Article 1(4) of Protocol I explicitly expands the definition of an IAC to include conflicts where peoples are fighting against colonial domination and alien occupation and against racist regimes in the exercise of their right of self-determination.
We are even, see, we as now we are fighting for a new country, we also fighting for racists. All these things are what we are fighting. That is why it's not going to be easy. We are fighting our own people who don't want declaration. You're going to find a country who, when they look at your color, they will say this one. No, there are a lot of things that we are fighting for. Do you see, even racists are among things that we are fighting for our own self-determination. That we must be an existing country, that we must live as a people.
The Declaration of Independence provides the crucial evidence that the movement is operating in the exercise of this right, thereby...
Do you hear it? The Declaration of Independence provides the criteria, the critical, the evidence that the movement is operating in the exclusive of this right. Of which right? The right of the Montevideo Convention, the right of the Geneva Convention, whether the additional protocol and all of them, or UN Charter, all of them, we are in line.
Triggering the application of Protocol I, which grants its fighters combatant and POW status.
I hope you had it. Thereby triggering the application of Protocol I, which grants its fighters, combatants, and the POW status, the prisoner of conscience. If you understand how the world understand that word, the prisoner of conscience, it is a very powerful word that we are fighting when we are, now that we're into war. That is why they use now POW. We are fighting war with Nigeria internally, and now it is outside. Now we have declared our declaration. Only one thing is holding us. What is that? Our recognition is the main key. That is a very sacrosanct and very important that we are holding on. Except that we have met every criteria to become a new country. Listen as we summarize.
Summary of benefits to the leader. The declaration creates a political reality that forces the former state to consider the arrested leader's status under IHL, making it harder to execute him as a mere criminal.
You had here the declaration creating a political reality that forced the former state, Nigeria government, to consider arrest leader status under IHL, making it a harder to execute him as a mere criminal. That is why rushing to declare independence of Biafra is the most best thing ever that has happened to the Biafran people. We're going to listen to how they describe it. The area of benefit, the legal aspect of it, the status before declaration and the after declaration. What are the three things that we are going to listen to right now in the way we are going to summarize it this morning? The way this international summarize it to us. We see why we are reading this, that for you to see where your government is going and why you are not seeing what, but they focus on all this so that the world will see that we are a responsible country, that we are seek to maintain peace, that we are not going to break the laws of the world that was being created before we march as a new country. Rather, we will bring, like when they say here, protocol addition is what we're going to bring to the world. So because of our declaration, Nigerian government cannot execute Mazi Nnamdi Kanu as a mere criminal, as a mere terrorist. The game has changed. The declaration is a game changer of their life and their savior. Listen, area of benefit, the area we're going to benefit because of our declaration.
Area of benefit. Status before declaration. Potential status after declaration. Legal classification. Criminal insurgent. Treason. Sedition. Political prisoner of an international conflict. Trial exposure. Tried in domestic criminal court. High chance of death penalty. Pressure to grant protections of GCIII. Article 84. Trial only by a military court with essential guarantees, or to be viewed as a non-releasable power until the conflict ends. Protection standard. Common Article 3. Humane treatment. No torture. No execution without a fair trial. GCIV. Additional Protocol I. More detailed rights. Protection from deportation, transfer, and access to humanitarian organizations. Diplomatic leverage. The former state treats him as a matter of internal sovereignty. The new state's allies and the ICRC can demand access and monitor his treatment, using the declaration as a political basis to challenge his detention.
I hope you had the last word in everything. That is why, God, if you have a gadget, you could have seen the trail line, the way they have demarcated everyone, and the way everything is being happening. Let me tell you this. In the area of benefit, status before declaration, after it becomes a political and the political, the movement become, after declaration, it becomes political. The legal clarification. Without declaration, criminal, insurgency, treason, seduction, then because of declaration, political for an international conflict of a human rights. You see how it goes now. It has now become political on international law for a human right. Hey, yeah, my brother, Coach Hughes, thank you so much for your super chats. Thank you so much. It's not easy, my brother. Thank you. May Elohim bless you and protect you. May Elohim give you 1 million, 7 times 7 of what you have sent out here today. Your widow's smile. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Coach Hughes. I love you, my brother. Thank you so much. Thank you. So, now listen to this again. Legal clarification. Obu na nye declare beha Biafra. Na-enwe declaration. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu kana aza common criminal, insurgent, terrorism, and seduction. These are the things that they will use to charge him or to use to execute him. But because of declaration, it now becomes an political, a prisoner conscience of under international law, under conflict of protection of his life. Nobody gets to use this name anymore to execute him because Biafra has become a country. This is the truth. So do you understand your power of the declaration? Do you understand the power of the declaration? Trial exposure. Trading in a domestic criminal court, high chance of death penalty. No na nye declaration na in the high court chance na Mazi Nnamdi Kanu could be sentenced with death penalty because everything becomes an affair of Nigeria, internal affair of Nigeria. But after our declaration, it's no longer the internal affair of Nigeria. I know why. That's why I'm bringing back here to you, so you may understand why the declaration is very important. And if you see anybody who is against declaration, he wants Nigeria to sentence, to give Mazi Nnamdi Kanu death penalty. If we did not make a declaration, that is only what serves him. That is why Nigeria is asking you to tell him to open defense. You don't know that? This is a pure truth. This is a pure truth. That is why you must anchor and respect our declaration. That is why you must give Dr. Ngozi Orebeze accolade for saving Nnamdi Kanu for death penalty, even man Simon Eba, and all of us. People do not understand and they are messing up social media. Let us continue. Now listen, the pressure to grant protection of GCII, Article 48, trial only by a military country with external gratitude, or to be viewed as non-reliable POW until the conflict ends. Do you see the benefit? Nobody will treat him anyhow. Nobody will charge him with criminal, common criminal, and all these things that we are seeing here. Rather than that, it becomes a political prisoner of an international conflict, that is somebody who is fighting for a new country. Now, before declaration again, common Article 3, human treatment, no torture, no execution without a fair trial. This is what it can be. But listen to this. Now I will make our declaration. GCIVN, additional protocol, more details, rights, protection from deporting. That is because of our declaration. That is why Finland cannot be able to deport Simon to Nigeria. Because of a declaration. That is what they call it, additional protocol. Then the protection from deporting. Now man deports because of what? Do you know that if we could have wasted time to December 2nd, that Simon make openly that Biafra will be declared. Simon could have been bring back before the 2nd. Do you see why rushing on November 29 saved his life? Do you see that? People need people to connect the dots. You have to, in this area now, you must start connecting the dots of our declaration. And you must start connecting the dots to understanding the level of the declaration and what it simply means. The meaning, the importance of the declaration. If we wasted time that we did not declare Biafra on 29th, if we are waited to December 2nd, Simon might be bring back to Nigeria, because they said the declaration is a protection that they will not deport him to the country of Nigeria. You know how Nigeria brag in social media, how they are going to bring Simon back to Nigeria. The declaration gives them hands down. The declaration gives what? Hands down. So they could not be, because you cannot deport him because he's fighting for a new country. Despite that Simon is a citizen of Finland. Finland is ready to exchange that citizenship with oil on Lekki to get business. You don't know? That is why we are hitting on this, our declaration, very well. And access to humanitarian organizations. Now that we have declared, we are having access to the human rights organizations. Look at what is happening to Nnamdi Kanu, the president of United States of Biafra. That is why that name is very important. That is why the name, calling Nnamdi Kanu, the president of United States of Biafra, is very, very important in the game that we are playing right now, in the politics that we are into, as now we are seeking our recognition. If we did not declare Biafra, Mazi Simon Ekpa, the Prime Minister of United States of Biafra, could or will have been in Nigeria by now, because they said that the declaration is additional protocol. When you hear GCIV, additional protocol, more detailed rights, protecting from deportation or transferring him to the Nigerian government. Now, instead of that, the case has been transferred into a humanitarian organizations. The former state treated him as a matter of international sovereignty after our declaration. Remember that the code has a little bit changed on this. Happy May, I see you. Good morning. The code on this platform right now is hashtag Nigeria government free Nnamdi Kanu, the president of United States of Biafra. Yes, see it here. Happy May, we have changed it. Coaches 042 is the man leading on this protest this morning. Hashtag Nigeria and Britain free Nnamdi Kanu, the president of United States of Biafra. Hashtag Finland free Simon Ekpa, the prime minister of United States of Biafra. This is how we are doing it here right now. The New State Alliance and the ICRC can demand access and mention his treatment using the declaration as a political base to change his detention. The New State Alliance, those that are very soon given recognition, those that we are waiting for them to come out openly and make it that they have give Biafra people recognition as a new country. Once they come, they will also use what we are passing our declaration document to challenge for Mazakan to be out from the dungeon and Masaiba and Eba without going to any court again. That is why the new country document is very, very important. I hope, my people, this morning you have come to understand fully the benefit that follows our declaration. Remember yesterday, we handled the dangers, and the dangers is making someone to cry. The danger is unacceptable. But now you have had the benefit, and what the benefit is all about. We must be happy that we have an workable government, acting government, that are working very perfectly to get all these things done for us. That is why it is very, very imperative for us to understand the game that we are into. So don't play with the declaration document. Don't mind those criminals. Do not listen to them. I am telling them one thing, that had I know comes at last, that ignorance in the eyes of the law is not an excuse. That is why I don't want us to be ignorant of these laws anymore. Because with all this law, you can beat. That is why I'm beating up my chest. That is why I'm raising my voice every day where I am. That I am a Biafran right now, because I have a government. I have official declaration document. That is the important of it. So on this session 1, our phones are open if anyone wants to call, because when we go to our second session, we are not going to receiving call like the way we normally do, because second session carries a lot of things. We are going to want to talk about Jovica. We want to use him to bring to other people how the international law sees self-referendum vote, that he done what it takes. And they also prove to him many countries, both in Europe, in Asia, in Africa, has done what we have done. That is why I told you that we are following the roads that other countries has passed. We are moving through that road. Remember that number to call is +9733 6051 Or, my people, do you prefer for us to go into the second article, inside the second section? Then after that, then we will we'll open our phone call once. What is your own suggestion? I want to allow this, please. Do not call, please. I want to allow these 3 sections we have handled between yesterday and today to play. So if you want to record this and send it to any platform, please do that. I said, if you want to record all now I am going to first play the danger of if we did not declare Biafra as a new country. I'm going to want to play the danger. that's on it, that is going to the danger on the side of Mazen Nani, Simon, and every Biafran. If we did not stood up very fast and make a declaration of United States of Biafra. These are the things that we need to know. And that is why we must know. So listen as I play the voice, so you may understand it. Then please like and share. Yes, Coach, thank you so much. Like and share the program so others may come and join us. Others may hear it. Even if they did not join us, they will just listen to it. Whether the enemies of Biafran people, whether the fallback people, whether the IPOB One Nigeria, whether all of them, let them hear it. So please, if you want to record it. I'm playing the danger right now. After the danger, I will play the benefit. After that, then anybody who wants to call can call before we go into the second section. Why are you not playing? Why the danger is not playing? Hold on, the network, the voice is ceasing. Why? Where do I go from here right now? Okay, let us listen fully let us listen first fully for the benefits. And after that, we'll play the danger. What happened here? Please pardon me. Hold on 1 minute, my people. Hold on, my people. Please, hold on, my people. Please, 1 minute. The network from my side is kicking me out from the playing the voice, but we got it right. Let us refresh. So after the refresh, I think we can get it right. You just permit me, let me refresh it and let the voice comes out. Because this danger is very important to play. We want to play this voice of danger to the enemies. Those who are fighting against our declaration, those who are fighting against the government, and all these that are seen, so they may know. I see you, K. Jesus. Good morning. It's very long, my brother. Very long time. Very long time. Yes, I'm happy to see you, my brother. Okay, Jesus, I'm happy to see you also. So please hold on. I am trying to get to the voice. The voice is kicking out. That simply means network. But they cannot frustrate us. We will get it. Yes, it will take us some time. So please permit me. Hold on. I see you, Tina, Ijena One. You're welcome. Good morning from here. You are joining us late this morning. I think you are joining us late. Please hold on. I am refreshing it. What is this? Why? We must get this. Yes, I think you can play right now.
The situation where a leader fighting for a new country is arrested, but his people refuse to make a formal declaration of independence, presents several significant dangers for the movement. Legal vulnerability of the leader. Without a declaration of a new country, the leader is legally viewed by the existing state as a simple insurgent, rebel, or even a terrorist, and can be charged with serious crimes such as treason or sedition. The existing state would likely not recognize any political prisoner status. Loss of international recognition opportunity. A formal declaration of independence, even if not immediately recognized, is a necessary step to seek international support, recognition, and the protection afforded by international law regarding states and self-determination. Without it, other countries are less likely to intervene or officially support a movement perceived as an internal insurrection. Internal division and loss of momentum. The refusal of the people, or a key part of the movement, to declare independence suggests deep internal hesitation or disagreement. Loss of momentum. The arrest of the leader, a galvanizing figure, combined with a failure to take the next bold step, declaration, can cause the movement to lose morale, focus, and popular support. Division, disagreement over the declaration could lead to factions, with some preferring negotiation, others wanting a declaration, and others perhaps giving up, thereby weakening the overall effort. Political and strategic weakness. The existing state can use the lack of a declaration to delegitimize the movement, arguing that it is not a unified people seeking a new state, but simply a fringe group following a criminal leader. The state can use this ambiguity to justify a harsh crackdown with less international scrutiny. Difficulty in negotiation. If the existing state offers to negotiate, the movement lacks a clear, unified, and legally defined position, i.e., we are a new country demanding X versus we are a group of citizens demanding Y. The arrest and the lack of declaration weaken their leverage at the bargaining table. In summary, the absence of a declaration, especially following the leader's arrest, strips the movement of potential legal and international legitimacy, exposes the leader to maximum legal penalty, and highlights deep political weakness or division within the movement itself.
I hope you listen to this. Now you have listened to the danger. Let us listen to the benefits.
The decision to issue a Declaration of Independence is a profound strategic move with several critical benefits for a new country, and it can indirectly help an arrested leader by changing the fundamental nature of the conflict. Benefits of a Declaration of Independence for a new country. The declaration moves the struggle from an internal rebellion to an international conflict of self-determination, which provides four major strategic benefits. 1. Establishes legal and political legitimacy, internal and external. External, it's the official birth certificate of the new nation, asserting its claim to sovereignty and an equal station among the powers of the earth. This is a prerequisite for asking foreign nations to recognize the new country. Internal, it unifies the people, provides a clear principled rationale, like natural rights and grievances for the struggle, and commits the leadership irrevocably to the goal, preventing internal backsliding. 2. Secures foreign recognition and alliances. Diplomacy. Once a new country formally declares itself independent, foreign powers can, without violating international norms of non-interference in another state's internal affairs, officially recognize and form alliances with the new nation. This recognition is crucial for obtaining vital financial aid, military assistance, and trade agreements to sustain the war or movement against the former ruling state. 3. Defines the conflict as a war, not insurrection, military legal. By declaring independence, the conflict becomes legally distinguishable from a domestic law and order problem. The new nation can assert the right to wage war, which is a key component of sovereignty, and demand that its captured fighters be treated as prisoners of war, POWs, under international law, like the Geneva Conventions, rather than as criminals or insurgents. 4. A basis for future governance. The declaration often includes fundamental principles, like democracy, human rights, or rule of law, that serve as the ideological foundation for the new country's eventual constitution and legal system. How a Declaration of Independence can help an arrested leader. While a declaration does not guarantee the release of an arrested leader, it drastically changes his legal and political status, increasing the pressure for his release. Before declaration, rebel criminal. After declaration, political prisoner, head of state. Charge, treason or sedition. Punishable by death or life imprisonment in the former state's court. Status, leader of a sovereign nation, or a self-proclaimed one, arrested by a hostile foreign power. Legal status, an internal criminal subject only to the former state's domestic laws. Legal status, a political prisoner or head of state/movement, subject to intense international scrutiny and diplomatic efforts. International response, other nations may offer concern, but will rarely demand his release, as he is legally an internal criminal. International response, foreign allies of the newly declared state can officially demand his release as a condition for peace, a prisoner exchange, or a diplomatic thaw. Leverage, the former state has maximum leverage and can dictate the terms of his trial and imprisonment. Leverage, the former state's political cost for prosecuting him skyrockets, as it would be seen as prosecuting the leader of a people's self-determination movement. Key takeaway, the declaration transforms the arrested figure from a criminal in a domestic court into a central figure in an international political dispute, providing a powerful, internationally recognized platform to demand his release. 3. Motivation convention, hypothetical context. The term motivation convention does not correspond to a specific, widely known international treaty or legal body like the Geneva Conventions or the UN Charter. It is likely a hypothetical or locally organized term. However, if we interpret a motivation convention to mean a large, unified assembly or a major political conference of the independence movement, its function would be 1. To formally adopt the declaration. The convention would be the body that officially votes on and issues the Declaration of Independence, providing the critical legitimacy that a declaration needs to be taken seriously, i.e., it is the will of the people or their representatives. 2. To elect a new temporary leadership. The convention would likely establish a provisional government to carry on the struggle and act in the arrested leader's absence, demonstrating that the movement is bigger than one man and cannot be stopped by a single arrest. 3. To issue an ultimatum for release. The convention could pass a resolution or ultimatum demanding the arrested leader's release as the first condition for any dialogue, thereby using the declaration and the newly formed government as leverage.
Thank you. I hope you are listening. Listen to this again.
The 1949 Geneva Conventions primarily deal with the conduct of armed conflict and the protection of those involved. For a leader arrested before a declaration of independence, the declaration's benefit under the Geneva Conventions is its potential to change the legal classification of the conflict and consequently the status of the arrested leader. The core problem: status under the 1949 Conventions. Before a declaration, the conflict is considered a non-international armed conflict, NIAC, governed primarily by Common Article 3 of the 4 Geneva Conventions, and the leader is likely considered a civilian insurgent or a rebel under domestic law, subject to being tried for treason or sedition. The Geneva Conventions only provide minimal protection against cruel treatment and unfair trials, Common Article 3. The primary benefit of the declaration: changing the legal classification. The act of declaring independence, especially if followed by the establishment of a formal armed force, aims to turn the struggle into an international armed conflict, IAC. This shift is the biggest benefit under international humanitarian law, IHL. 1. Path to prisoner of war, POW status. Geneva Convention 3, GCIII, on prisoners of war provides the highest level of protection, but it applies only to IACs. The declaration is a key step in asserting a state of war between two recognized entities, the former state and the new state. If the new country's armed forces meet the criteria of Article 4(a)(2) of GCIII, e.g., being commanded by a responsible person, having a fixed distinctive sign, carrying arms openly, and respecting the laws of war, their captured fighters must be treated as POWs. While the arrested leader himself may be considered a political figure rather than a combatant, the successful reclassification of the conflict and his followers dramatically changes the political calculation for the detaining power. 2. Enhanced protection under Protocol 1, 1977. The benefit is significantly stronger if the parties adhere to the 1977 Additional Protocol 1 to the Geneva Conventions. Article 1.4 of Protocol 1 explicitly expands the definition of an IAC to include conflicts where peoples are fighting against colonial domination and alien occupation and against racist regimes in the exercise of their right of self-determination. The Declaration of Independence provides the crucial evidence that the movement is operating in the exercise of this right, thereby triggering the application of Protocol 1, which grants its fighters combatant and POW status. Summary of benefits to the leader. The declaration creates a political reality that forces the former state to consider the arrested leader's status under IHL, making it harder to execute him as a mere criminal. Area of benefit: status before declaration. Potential status after declaration. Legal classification: criminal insurgent, treason/sedition. Political prisoner of an international conflict. Trial exposure: tried in domestic criminal court, high chance of death penalty. Pressure to grant protections of GCIII, Article 84, trial only by a military court with essential guarantees, or to be viewed as a non-releasable POW until the conflict ends. Protection standard: Common Article 3, humane treatment, no torture, no execution without a fair trial. GCIV, Additional Protocol 1, more detailed rights, protection from deportation/transfer, and access to humanitarian organizations. Diplomatic leverage: the former state treats him as a matter of internal sovereignty. The new state's allies, and the ICRC, can demand access and monitor his treatment, using the declaration as a political basis to challenge his detention.
Yes, I hope you had it. There is one place I want to remind you back again. What is the place? That place of protocol. That is the additional protocol of a declaration. Nobody made declaration. You know how Musa was going to every platform talking about how Mazen Simon will be returned to Nigeria. Our declaration is what stopping them from bringing Mazen Simon back down to Nigeria. It's not about that he's a citizen of Finland, no. Because the movement we are into, what Finland want, they see it as bigger than keeping Mazen Simon by a black man's citizenship to them. That it doesn't want it. Our declaration is what stopped. That is why, if we could have waited to December 2nd, another thing I want to know after I have read this document is that before December 2nd, Nigeria could have concluded in bringing Mazi Simon back to Nigeria. But the declaration stopped them. Because they had this here, that the declaration is another protocol, another addition that will stop to what? Transferring a leader of a group who was arrested in a foreign country back to old country, who happened to be in Nigeria. So our declaration is a key life that stops moving Mazi Simon Ekpa down to Nigeria. And that was a plan of Oge and Kere with their group to make that they would not declare on 29. That maybe between 30th, 31st, and 1st, they have concluded plan of sending him back as a common criminal. But the declaration stops sending him down to Nigeria as a common criminal. Our declaration also stopped Nnamdi Kanu on the name they are calling him. I want you to know that this is what you can do, my Biafran peoples. Please, you see all this thing I'm reading. I also ask you, look at our sister Ijele Waitina. You're also asking, this platform has a super chat. You can also support us with your super chat. We need only one thing: support us on building this platform by getting one gadget more. That is only one thing is lacking here. We have put everything in order, and I also thank those who are contributing immensely. Once the thing is completed, we are going to, because we want to, when we come live like this, we put this program on a live stream, all of us can read it. All of us. Do you know that Finland values the business they want to do with Nigeria more than Mazi Simon Ekpa? If you are doubting it or you disagree with me, in Finland, knowing that Mazi Simon Ekpa was one of their military reserve, a top politician in Finland, also someone who has a lobby firm in Finland, they look at all these things, throw it inside bush and arrest him and sentence him for 6 years. Do you know that our declaration stopped for transferring him down to Nigeria? You need to connect the dots. That is why the declaration is very important. If you disagree with me, you can call on my number +9733 60 51 337. Deji, if you disagree with me, please pick up this number, call, and tell me why you disagree with me. Call on number +9733 60 51 337. If you disagree, then my fellow Biafrans, any other person is free to call. If you wish to call on this program, it's your time to call, because after the call, we are going to give 20 maximum minutes. After that, we are going to move into the importance of the self-referendum that Jovica was talking trash from his mouth, living in America without knowing the history of America, where you are living, how Junior Martin Luther King fought for the America, and also we want to prove to you how many people in Europe, in Asia, in Africa, who has had self-referendum before their declaration, and how important it is. So please, anybody who wishes to call, the time is for you to call. The time is for you to call. If you want to call, the time is for you. The time is for you to call. If anybody want to call different people to also contribute on what you understand on all the documents, the dangers and the benefits, so you may know that your government is on the right track. The government is not making noise. They are just doing what they're supposed to do, whether you like it or not. And because of you are not supporting the government, is not going to stop anything, whether you like it or not. The good things that we need to do, the government is doing what is doing it. The only first place, our backbone is what we are doing is that is our declaration document, self-referendum document, and all the other things that follows along. That is why I told you that we have met every criteria to become a country after I have gone into all these things. So I want you to understand it very perfectly that what we are doing does not need to be shouting woto woto. No more. Know that our line is still open for you if you want to call. We have only 20 minutes for the phone call. Inside the next article, we are not going to receive call until we finished. So if you want to call, you can call right now. If you want to call, I said you can call right now. Please, my fellow dear friends, whatever you have to do is now. You have the time to do it. It is your time to call. If you disagree with me, do not disagree with me on social media. Come online and disagree and tell the Biafran people how you can do that. The number to call, if you want, Asatina can put the number on the comment section. So if you want to call, pick up the number. Please, Asatina, please, you can put the number there on the comment section. Then anybody who wants to call can copy from there and call. Call and tell us how you disagree with what I'm doing this morning. That's our declaration is why Simon is not in Nigeria. So that is where you disagree. Bring it on. Come and explain to us. Come and explain. Please, my brother. No insults. Just, I only want you to come and explain why you disagree with me. Because you put the comments here that you disagreed. I am waiting for you to call. We have understand the importance of our declaration. I hope that everybody on this platform by now have understand the importance of our declaration. I hope you have done that. I don't want to, Deji, I want you to call on phone. Yes, thank you. But I want you to call. Also tell us, now the government, the way they are looking for Biafra, the way they are moving, come and tell us what is wrong in the way they are moving. The document I am reading here is what the government of Biafra is moving. The United States of Biafra are not doing woto anymore. They are into diplomatic, political, and the negotiation of Biafra. That is what they are doing now. So which other way? Which other way that you want them to do it? That's why I said call. You are free to, I mean, no insult, no harm. You are free to call to tell us how you want them to do it. I got your comment. I support Biafra and the right of self-defense, but I don't support the approach of look, I don't want to pronounce that your word because that is why I want you to call. Call on this number +97333605137. I want you to call. So come and tell us in the moderator. We want us to look for the Biafra. That is why I said I want you to call, because we all are learning one day. Maybe there's something you know I don't know. That is why I want you to come and also lay your voice. We are learning. We have never passed through this way before. It is our first time of passing this way. And the other things I'm reading here, we do not understand it. That is why I decided to bring it out, so we may understand how we can do it. That is why I asked him to call, to come and tell us the approach and the methodology of it. It's not by speaking grammar. It's call now. It's a time for you to call. Call and tell us how we can. Because every criteria this international law asks us to use, every international law, what they ask us to use, we are using all of them this time around. We are using all the criterias. They ask us to go on international. We are going international. They ask us to anywhere they ask us, that is what we are doing. Are you still hearing what anymore? The government of United States of Biafra, who are in charge, who are the rightful government, who are the rightful government of this movement, are not woto. They are into political, they are into international, they are into all things except woto. They are not into woto. Into Ghana right now. They are looking it into diplomatic movement. So tell us how you want them to do it. Bring your own yastik as an advice. That is why I asked you to call. I said no insults. After this call, I will call the number again. After this call, I will call the number again. Ijele, good morning.
Good morning, my wonderful brother. Chino, good morning.
Good morning, you're welcome.
Daloro.
Thank you so much.
Daloro, my brother. Good morning, my Geneva friends all over the world. Good morning from my own end. And good afternoon, good evening, depending on your time. The woman is Chino.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah. Just a quick one, anyways, because we've been hearing, we've been getting a lot information with that which we don't know before from your platform. It's echoing, anyways. I don't know.
Maybe it's not echoing from here. Okay, I've changed the movement a little. Just go on, let us see.
Okay, so actually we are all Biafrans, especially genuine Biafrans, we are all benefiting from this platform a lot since you started this journey, researching on our behalf. A lot of things we don't know, we know them today. And thank you so much for doing that. It is actually consuming your time, but you are doing it happily because it is yielding huge results. A lot of people are testifying. A lot of people are understanding it more better. A lot of people are getting cleared head now because of this platform. So I want to use this opportunity to urge our people, please endeavor to support this platform by super chats, by contacting Chino direct, please, anything you can give to support so that this thing will start coming up in a live screen, so that you, as he is reading it, you yourself will be seeing it yourself. You can equally see how he researched it. You can do the research by yourself at your leisure time, then you read it on your own so that you can pass the information again to another person. It's not going to end here in this platform. When you gather these informations, pass it on to the next. The next person, pass it on to the next. This is how it goes viral. This is how it spreads this good information. It's not only gossip. It's not only where adult. We know how to share the videos. Please, let us do the needful. Do justice to this platform, please. Let us build this platform. It is very, very necessary. This is us. This is so back to my brother. I actually called because of Deji. Deji, my brother, I can understand you are not a Biafran. You said it there on the comment section. You are not a Biafran, but thank you so much for stopping by, watching and listening to Biafran Quest. And thank you for your comments. Where you are not getting it maybe you are confused, or maybe you like you said there, you said you disagree. If you can call in, please, we are still learning. We are not saying that everything we are saying is perfect. We can actually learn from you, you see. So please, and you can even be cleared by calling. When you call now and just say what is in your mind, because writing, you cannot say everything in writing. Like what I'm saying here, if I keep commenting, I will not say all of these things. I don't know if you get me.
Yes,
So please
you're right.
pick up your phone, call that number you are seeing on that comment section. Call it. Just a few minutes, you are done. Say what is in your mind so that we know where you are coming from. We can actually learn from you.
Exactly.
You get it? So my dear brother, thank you so much. Where piqued my interest is where you said that declaration unifies us.
Yeah.
That is the target. The target more. I remember when Martin Simon ever said this thing. After this declaration, that this thing will unify us. That is the target. It's supposed to unify us. If not that thing, Kezafia, Ogechukwu Nkele, and his
cohort.
I don't know, his group,
Yeah.
his evil group people. And the people that have been controlling them understands this game. That was why they don't want this thing to unify us. That was why they bought it. If they tell you how much Nigeria is spending to bring this thing down, if they tell you how much, it will help Nigerians, I mean the citizens of Nigeria, to live 10 years without working. The money they are spending on bribery, on Finland, on individuals, that money will go a long way to put so many families, citizens in Nigeria, even you, Deji. It will pay off so many people out of work. If they didn't work for 10 years, they will still be comfortable. That is the money I'm talking about. So that peace, that unification, that this declaration supposed to give us, they played game on that, paying some of the insiders to put catastrophe, to bring disunity. Then another one is the benefit. One of the benefits of declaration, it will change the status, okay, and possibly put pressure to release our leaders. That is what declaration. When we say declaration, remember we have declared before. What the researchers are saying there, declaration. Don't forget.
Yes.
Yeah, what they are saying there, declaration. But because we declared and we redeclared, that's why we are using redeclare. It's always looking me to.
Yes.
Yeah.
You are right.
So that declaration we did, you see, it's actually putting pressure to these people. They cannot gel them. They can't gel these people. They can't. And that's why it's good. Mazichino have said it in this platform. Be using that word, president and PM. The world should understand that they are holding the head of state.
Yeah.
They are holding the head of state.
Sorry, let me ship something into you. Let me do something into you. They say that declaration changes the status quo or changes their clarification from a common criminal, insurgency, rebel, terrorist. That the declaration stop using this name because of the declaration that nobody will and if you did not make a declaration, allow Nigeria government or any other country to use these names and to charge them into court, that the penalty, what they charge them is the death penalty is what follows according to the law when you are just a common insurgency, common rebel, common terrorist, common this and common that. But a declaration moves that person to become a leader of a group. That because of
Exactly.
that it put pressure for those who are holding the leaders, that they have to release
Holding
they
them.
need
Of
to
course.
release a head of a state of a new country. That is why
Of course.
when
I mean,
our people understand the quality of the declaration and the importance of the declaration, that the declaration is the life of Nnamdi Kanu today, that declaration is the life of Simon Ekpa today, be in Finland. If not for this declaration, they could have been transferred Simon Ekpa. And after I have read this yesterday, I come to think that, oh, Nigeria want to stop this second with Ogekre because maybe they have concluded in plan with Finland to bring Simon Ekpa down before our declaration. Because the declaration is a powerful tool to stop every movement to bring that person down to the old country where he was arrested, where those that want him. So when I rethink myself after reading this thing yesterday, I said, wow. So it simply means that Ogenkre was fighting for second not to hold, for them to see a way, because when we cancel declaration totally, you know, their own is not that they want it to be cancelled on November to declare on 2nd. No, they said that Mazi said that they should stop declaration. So stopping the declaration gives them the power to bring Mazi back to Nigeria, and the declaration is what stopped them. Now that is another thing that we need to rethink, why Nigeria cried and in pain about our declaration, because of declaration they could not hold hand on Simon Ekpa to bring him back. Remember that Musa was crying in every platform how they have concluded to bring him back, and what happened? The declaration quenched the fire of bringing him back, so they are crying. So our people need to understand also this way. That is why I said, when we continue hitting on this our declaration, and our people understand it, nobody, no true Biafra, nobody who wants freedom will talk about declaration with a bad mouth, or we look at those other guys and said, you are evil woman. They will all say, when we understand the matter of declaration, that this one is a God sent really. God, my sister.
Okay, thank you so much, my brother, for that clarification there. So now, what was I saying first?
We are still saying about the declaration, yeah.
No, there is something you said I want to touch a little bit. Now, actually, everything that is unfolding now, everything that has been happening recently or lately, all of us will agree at this point in time that Ogenkere was actually plotted, maybe right from day one, or maybe afterthought, or maybe in the middle, or anyhow, but his actions, his way of fighting his freedom lately, this time around, even the words that are coming out from his mouth. Imagine Ogenkere saying that Mazi Simon Ekpa has no rights. Has no right to stop here. Imagine Ogenkere referring to USB, Yana Mazi Simon Ekpa so prepare, calling it so-called USB. So-called. So-called. So everything has, in fact, is an eye-opener. The things that are, and I really thank God that this thing happened. Otherwise, we wouldn't have known where what is happening to us is coming from. So all of these things have made us to decode everything that has been happening right from Finland. To be honest, that one has been concluded.
Please, summarize. This is Deji want to call, and he's asking for number.
Oh, perfect.
So
perfect.
let's give him the time.
Number is down there. The number is down there. I even wanted to say to Deji, remember that before you call, remember that because you asked, you don't like the approach and methodology.
Yeah, methodology.
Remember that this struggle started with bare hand. Nothing. We are not thinking. We don't know what is stick. We don't know what is gun. We don't know what is knife. We don't know what is anything that brings violence. We don't know anything. It's just by clapping, singing, protesting peacefully, Deji. Then what happened? I want you to look back to that time before you bring anything. I mean, before you say that you don't like the approach, because I don't know the approach you're talking about. When somebody is on self-defense, the person will match on what the enemy is bringing to kill or destroy him. You have to match on. Matching on, what I mean is that meeting up with the things on your well, with the things, because I'm speaking Igbo, sorry, with the things the person is coming with to come and destroy you. So that is what happened. We can't continue clapping, protesting peacefully when the enemy are coming with sophisticated weapons. So let us think from the beginning how it started. My dear brother, thank you so much. Let me give him a chance to call.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yes. Deji, if you didn't get the number, I will call it for you again. The number is plus 9 7 3 6 0 5 1 3 7 plus 6 plus 9 7 3 6 0 5 1 3 7. That is the number to call. We leave the ground for you to call. That is why I asked her to stop, so you can call. Biafrans want to hear from you. We want to teach us how the methodology we are going to use to get the Biafra. Please, do not go far. We want you here. We want to hear your voice. We want you to teach us, please. Come in and teach us. Yes, Deji, we are waiting for you. We need this your contribution today, please. We need it. So if there is any way we are making a mistake, so we should learn and move ahead. So please, we are calling on you to come and submit your own contribution. Please come in. I see Ambassador. Good morning. I see Official AJ. Good morning. You're welcome, my people. You are welcome. Deji, the African people are asking you, please call. We are waiting for your call, my brother. We mean no insult. We mean no harm. We want to learn. Please. We are waiting for you. We are waiting for you. Yes, only on WhatsApp. Deji. Deji, only on WhatsApp, please. Only on WhatsApp. You can call. Yes. You can see we want you. We are peace-loving people. That is who we are. We are waiting only on WhatsApp. We allow, Biafrans allow only you to call. We are holding on for you, Deji. We are holding on for you because we want you to call. Because after this, and give some of our brothers time to call, we are going to go into another big session this morning concerning our self-referendum votes. And also we might touch today about some countries who had self-referendum votes before they make their declaration of their country. We are not going to be the first and we are not going to be the last. Deji, we are waiting for you. Only on WhatsApp. Deji, we are waiting, we are waiting, we are waiting. Deji, we are waiting. Because we didn't. Okay, I think our brother is here, our friend. Okay. Good morning from here.
Yes, good morning.
Yeah. Thank you so much for calling. Good morning. You're welcome.
Yes. How are you today?
I'm good, my brother. You're welcome.
I'm happy to.
Please, can you all from where you are watching me bring the volume down because it's coming out. So the conversation will be very smooth.
Yes, I've done that.
Oh, thank you.
I've done that already now.
Thank you. You're a gentleman.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. I'm so happy to be given this privilege and opportunity to make my contribution to a very important topic that has pervaded the landscape of this country for almost 50 years now, if not more than. The quest for Biafra. Well, let me introduce myself first and foremost.
Okay.
My name is Geneva, and I'm a PhD student, history and international studies.
All right.
I have been interested in this subject of secession and nationalism that has continued to be the front runner issue among people of the south eastern part and some parts of South Nigeria. And since my interest was sparked as an undergraduate student about 20-something years ago, I have continued to keep this subject close to my heart, because I believe in freedom as a historian. I believe that liberation is the right of every people. I believe in people's right to self-determination and them to seek a space for themselves in the sun. That is it's a God-given right. It's an inalienable right. So I believe in it, and I believe in it no matter which part of the world that people are fighting for freedom. I believe in it. I support it. Okay?
Okay.
So that said, we have at least put to rest my belief, and we all agree on what I believe in. I believe in self-determination. I believe in people to have their own country. But the methods is where I have some disagreements. And I have these disagreements not for sentimental reasons, but purely research reasons.
Okay.
We in the research community, we have been taught to be unbiased, to be non-prejudiced, and to say the truth and the truth. Okay?
Yeah.
So we won't say things to make people happy or to just make people feel comfortable with us. We will say it
The way it is.
so that it is so that the big thing you want can be achieved. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, very well.
So I assure you that what you are getting from me is an unbiased response based on my years of study of this subject matter.
All right.
Now let me go straight to the point. The quest for Biafra started during the Civil War. Before the Civil War, there was no quest for Biafra. The people of that region integrated with Nigeria after the British brought us together by force, and they continued to dwell with every part of this Nigeria peacefully. As a matter of fact, the British, before they left, commended them as the most commercially conscious and productive people in the country. And they lived in every part of the country peacefully. It was after the military coup that this issue of the quest for Biafra came on board, because the people felt that they had been dealt a great injustice. So I'm just reminding us of the origins of the quest for Biafra. So now, at the end of the Civil War, Gowon brought a rubbish theory of no victor, no vanquished, even though people were vanquished. But he deceived himself and succeeded in deceiving the country that no victor, no vanquished. But I see the hands of Jacob, but the voice of Esau, or the voice of Esau and the hands of Jacob. I don't know which is correct. But I see it there because obviously Gowon's comments were as a result of the British. You know, he's a British puppet. So the British were the ones controlling him and making him say all those things he was saying. There was no genuine national consensus on whether the matter of Biafra was a matter that was put to rest or not. It was a result of military fiat. That said, you know, the quest for Biafra became resurgent again, especially post 1999. Nigeria came back to democracy after a long interregnum by the military. That was when we now have the likes of Nnamdi Kanu coming forward to begin to also make noise, along with many others who have consistently felt the need to fight for Biafra. Now, the method and approach had become suddenly militant. Of course, because young people were involved. You know, wherever young people are involved, they want to get whatever they want, you know, by any means. And they have to use the energy and the spirit they have in them. In the process, the likes of EPA and others joined the fight. Now, the issue of whether the fights, the internal differences, which are normal in any movement, is understandable. And I'm not going to comment on it because they are purely internal issues. I'm going to stay on focus and just discuss my summary of what I perceive to be a methodological flaw in the approach and the quest for the nation of Biafra. What are my differences? I will first of all start by looking at the following. First, you must agree with me that the parts of Nigeria called Biafra that are searching for secession are still part of Nigeria, even as of today. There's no successful secession yet. And as long as there is no successful secession, then we must begin to have this conversation within the framework of the Nigerian entity. What are the constitutional position about secession? Okay? These are the questions. What are constitutional constraints? Okay? What are the constitutional, criminal, or international law constraints surrounding the bilateral succession? You know, if you succeed unilaterally, which means certain processes recognized by international law have not been completed, then what are the constraints? What will happen? That's question number one I want us to think about. Question number two, I want us to ponder on what kind of grievances, what kind of situations would warrant contemporary support, widespread support for an attempt at secession. Okay? The question is, what volume of injustice would warrant international support for secession? That is one question. The B part of this same question is, how well are the people who feel aggrieved against the injustice done against them, how well are they documenting their grievances? Okay? Because if you have grievances, they must be comprehensively documented and they must be used as a proper propaganda. I'm using propaganda in the positive sense now. You know, we have positive propaganda, we have negative propaganda. In propaganda, in this sense, this is what's happening to me, I want the world to see. I want the world to see it as it is, without my interpretation. You see for yourself and judge. So how well are these documented? This is another question. Another question is, are there non-violent ways or are there peaceful means or constitutional means of solving this problem? And have these been attempted? Are questions. I'm raising the germane questions that are directly linked to the success or failure of the quest for Biafra. These are the questions I'm asking. Then I remember that when Abiola was fighting for reparation, for reparation for Nigeria against, the injustice of slavery and colonialism. I don't know if you know about that.
Yeah.
He was using it as his own Pan-African quest to show that he's a Pan-Africanist and all of that to get political capital and mileage. One of the things he said was that anything we are fighting for on the international platform must have one, judicial precedence, which means there must have been an existing case you are relying on to substantiate and fight for your case. Two, it must have a moral purpose, which means there must be moral justification which you use to argue out and fight for your case. Three, there must be the judicial, I don't mention judicial and moral. There must be historical precedence, not just judicial now, but historical precedence. And that shows that it has been done before. For instance, the Jews, were given reparation for the what? For the genocide. Now, any other person who is asking for genocide can refer to the experience of the Jews. So I'm just creating a framework. So that said, do we have comparative cases of other parts of the world where they have fought for a referendum? I'm sure there are. What methods did they follow? And how were they able to achieve it? Can we draw lessons from them? Can we apply those lessons to our case in Nigeria? Because if we do that, it makes our fight coordinated. It makes whatever we are doing, it doesn't look lonely. It shows that we have international backing for any action that we are carrying out. So these are some of the areas I want us to look at. Okay?
Yeah.
So now, that said.
Okay. Go on.
Can I go on?
Go on, go on.
Okay. That said, the moment you are declaring a quest for secession, I'm sure by implication, you are intending to alter territorial boundaries of the country. Now, that cannot be done without some level of formality. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah.
There must be some very engagement. And that brings me to a very important aspect of this conversation. How invested have been Southeast intellectuals, academics, in this quest for Biafra? Believe you me, if we're engaging the international world, we're engaging international organizations, we're engaging international bodies on a matter that is as sensitive and as important as this, you must have the buy-in of the eggheads of your best and most intelligent. Let me give you an example. If the North are looking for something, they will bring all their best to come, to sit down on a table and be to achieve that thing. I'm telling you, this is how it works. So I'm referring to the ability to create a cohesive, coherent fight, okay, for a particular cause. That is very important. So it is important that those who are the leaders of this quest, because there must be leadership in everything, must begin to see the need to go around the universities, both in Nigeria and abroad. The Igbos have some of the biggest diaspora in the world, especially African diaspora, scattered all over the length and breadth of every continent of the world and beyond. And therefore, I think it is important to draw on their strength and articulate the real purposes for the quest for secession. This needs to be done. It's very important. It must not be on the sidelines because their words carry weight. You understand? It's not a military warfare. It is an intellectual warfare. The likes of Chimamanda Adichie, the likes of, there are so many of them, I can't even begin to mention now because of limited time, because I want others to have the opportunity to speak. All these people must be made to see the need to peacefully engage. People like that, because they are intellectual and they have international capital, they don't want to be seen to be engaged in anything that looks is like a convention of international protocols. So they usually would want to align themselves, with systems and acceptable means of doing things. It's good to begin to bring them in that, look, we want this thing to be done intellectually, and you guys must be with us. Say it politely, but keep hammering on it. Their words carry a lot of weight. Now let me bring our attention to a number of cases based on my little research.
Now, hold on. You have gone for 14 minutes, and the more you go, the more we forgot some things. So we need to break it down. Then give it now. You have bring your own side. So you need to also hear from me from the 3 questions you have asked so far and some narrative you have dished out. So we need to just tackle this area before we move into another thing, so we may not forget many of them.
Okay, let me just round. Okay, you want us to do that before we proceed? I wanted to round up and give you the floor back.
Okay, because I wanted it to be an interactive session between you and some fellow Biafrans who want to ship something in a peaceful way, not fight, just in a normal way, like the way you started it. That's why I said, let us. Okay, summarize.
Okay, round up. Yes. To round up. I won't have to come back again to say anything. I'll just listen and take notes.
Okay.
You understand? Then maybe another event or maybe your next episode, if I know the date, I'll come again so that those who have listened to me will ponder on the things I've said and we can come and have a better conversation. So I don't need to come back to speak. So let me just round up.
Thank you. Go on.
Now,
so please, sorry, is that Deji? Are you speaking with? Are you Deji, please?
Yes, this is Deji. Yes.
Oh, okay.
So,
perfect. Okay, continue, my dear brother. Yeah.
So now, some of the countries based on research that have successfully achieved what we are looking for now are: 1, South Sudan. In 2011, South Sudan is able to secede from Sudan. I'm sure you're aware about that.
For sure.
After war's attrition, they later realized that the way forward was to negotiate a comprehensive peace agreement, which was monitored by international organizations through a referendum. And this was what led to the recognition of South Sudan. Okay?
Yes.
And it was only after that we now had what? We now had South Sudan as an independent country. Now let's go quickly to Kosovo. Kosovo was in 2008. Okay?
Yeah.
There was international law.
My dear brother, South Sudan, you mentioned first here. Now, do you know how long it took them to get to that point of recognizing them? Do you know how long they've been fighting? Do you know how long they've been asking for this?
The lessons from their failure is what will make this case far better than their own case, because you will learn from their pitfalls. And that's why we seem to be repeating their pitfalls. That is why this one too is taking long. The essence of history is to learn from it. Those who fail to learn from the mistakes of the past are bound to repeat the mistakes of the past. That is what I was taught in my first year as a student of history. And that is why we must learn from history. Sudan made a lot of blunders. I don't want to spend time. I can take time to highlight, but I don't want to do that here. Okay? Telling you all their processes and pitfalls every step of the way. We must not repeat that. And that is what will make this faster. We must look at countries that have failed, look at their failures, draw a table, and say they failed here, we must not fail here. They passed here, we must adopt what they did. Okay? So these are the things that would
conclude. So others may put, you have take 20 minutes maximum, so please summarize it.
I was just responding to my dear sister. I'm so sorry. I have to respond to my. I'm very important.
Actually, if I continue adding more or asking you more, it will lead to you maybe spending 1 hour here. But continue. Let's finish, because this statement you made, I actually wanted to say something. But continue.
Yeah, let him summarize. He said that when he summarized that he's not going to say a word, that he will listen on our own side. So that is why I allow him to use 20 minutes maximum. So go on.
So Kosovo also had this experience. Okay? Institutional designs were created, okay, which looked like international accepted, methods. And in the process of them, engaging the international community, And that was what led to what their recognition. And gradually, because they were able to document their grievances, their quest came to the international foreign border. Also, we've had the case of Catalonia. I'm sure you are aware of Catalonia.
Yes.
You know,
Yes.
that you even believe that they succeeded. You know,
Yes.
they did a unilateral referendum without consulting the King of Spain as well as the recognized authority in Spain. And it became liable to domestic criminal persecutions. I don't call it prosecution, I call it persecution, because when people are fighting for something and you deny them and you take action against them, I don't see it as prosecution, I see it as persecution. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So eventually, that action in Catalonia became, you know, susceptible to domestic criminal prosecutions. And this went for long, okay? And eventually, it limited, you know, their external recognition, okay? Because the other hand became very, very, you know, saying they want to secede without following the process. This is what they will use against, okay? So now let me just summarize and say my final note, that in order for us to achieve a successful Biafran nation, which I will call a country made up of people who have agreed to come together because they have a common faith, a common belief, a common culture, and a common dream about what they want their country to be like. We must have a couple of things, which include documented cases of Nigeria's inability to carry part of this country along. Believe you me, there are over 1,000 evidences to prove that the southeast of this country has not been given a fair consideration in this national project. I made a post on Facebook over 13 years ago, and I said, if after Obasanjo's 8 years, okay, and Yar'Adua's whatever years, if power does not come to the southeast, honestly, I no longer believe in the Nigerian project. I mentioned it. To my greatest consternation, Obasanjo went ahead, and rather than allow power to rotate to the southeast, he decided to introduce the south-south by breaking the southeast. What I mean breaking the southeast, you know, when you look
Yes, by bringing Goodluck Jonathan. I understand. We are following. Yeah.
Yeah.
We are
You
following.
want to deny them. You're not telling them to their face that you are denying them. You know the consequence. So you now go and look for somebody very close and bring the person in as a way of what? Of spiting them. You understand what I'm saying? So since that thing happened, honestly, I stopped believing in the Nigerian project as a project for the entire people of this country. I now see it as two people passing the ball between each other and being selfish about every other thing in between the game. You understand? And that was where I lost interest. You understand? So there must be documentation of this clear evidence, what of representation in the Nigerian Senate. The Southeast is not properly represented. State creation. The Southeast doesn't have fair amount of states. Project allocation in this country. The Southeast has the least project allocation in this country. Everything they've done for themselves is by themselves, not by the support of the Nigerian government. All these things must be documented, must be televised, must be put on paper, must be submitted as white paper policy to the international organizations. You understand? And then pressure groups like NGOs that are pro-Biafra need to be created. When they are created, they will be attending official sessions of UN, attending official sessions of EU, attending official sessions of different international gatherings, and airing the opinion with evidence, not just evidence, academic evidence of what is going on in Biafra. These are the things that will begin to draw the international attention. It can even lead to an international outcry against the Nigerian state. It's a tactical way of delegitimizing the atrocities of the Nigerian state against a group of people who have done nothing but wanted to be on their own. So there must be conflict and event data analysis showing how the Nigerian government has carried out. You know, look at the Akudu SARS. I'm sure you must have heard of Akudu SARS.
Akudu SARS,
Look
yes.
at what was going on. Serial murder on paper. These things are in the Nigerian police records. Serial murder. My very good friend, Barrister Abdulmumin Aminu, is the one that was was fighting for the people who were brutalized and persecuted Akuzutas. He has all the records. You can contact him, and I can even get the evidence from him and send it to you. These are documented evidence of Nigerian Gestapo action, appetite against people's perception of this country. I'm telling you, if this is well documented, look at these guys in Orania, in South Africa, trying to get. Look, Biafra has a better case than Orania. But look at how Orania is getting, though I know they are white skinned people, that's why they're getting better attention. You understand? They are Europeans, they are white. So Trump is giving them more attention because white. But look at how they have been able to successfully put their international media space.
Okay, thank you
Thank you very
please.
much.
So
what's your name, please? What's your name?
my name is this is Re Biafra TV. Is the name I answer on my YouTube name.
Mazi, what do I call you? Mazi, what do I call you?
Mazi Chinonso. Or
Okay, Mazi Chinonso. Thank
yes,
you
or
very much
Mazi
for
John.
giving me your platform.
Thank you so much.
I do not take it for granted. May God bless you. May God bless all those fighting for.
So just this see hold on. You are not going. So just hold on now. Stay with us as you listen.
Before you go,
So sister,
there is this one question.
yeah, go
There's
on.
this one question I just want to ask him before he go. He talked about he don't like the approach and methodology, right? Now I just want to ask you from after the declaration of USB, how do you see the approach from there?
Okay, there has been several declarations. I don't know which of the declaration you are referring to.
Okay.
We're not following anymore. Which one again? The one we did in Finland, Latin Finland.
So, initially there was one that was done by Nnamdi Kanu.
No, Deji. Nnamdi Kanu didn't done any declaration. Now, if you said no that you don't allow us to do the talking, we allow you for 26 minutes without saying a word. We just listen to you. So now it's your time to listen to us, if you can, the way we did to you. So you owe us that.
I will not have responded.
Okay.
If you just ask me a question.
Yes, no, I said what? No, so the question is, one about you had something. Do you want to go on or do I come in?
Yeah, see, we can now understand from where the misinformation is coming from.
Yeah.
I don't know from where you are saying what you are saying, based on maybe you are not aware of some certain things. You see, in your head now, you think or you thought that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have done this declaration before, maybe Ojukwu, and again Simon Eba. Maybe that has been your thinking. You see, so it's good to engage in talking so that we know what is in your mind and you know exactly the mistakes you've been making because of the way you see things going on. So right from the time you declared in Finland, Latin Finland, I think you followed up from there, from that time. How do you see the approach? Now you know that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu did not declare anything or declare anything.
So let me quickly say something because I'm a historian and I think I have to say something on this matter. The first declaration of the state of Biafra was done by Chief Odumegwu Ojukwu in the 60s.
1967 to 1970.
That remains the most historic declaration of Biafra, which the whole world recognized, because not only was he declaring it, he was declaring it as somebody who had taken action to create institutions of the state of Biafra, including national currency, including all what have you that makes up a state, a legal state. I don't even understand what I'm saying. The only thing was that,
did you not see our national currency as well?
Is it which national currency? The one created by Chipotuku or a new one?
The same that's one created by okay.
I'm only the new one because the way you say I think it's a new thing, because I know the currency, I even have some samples of it. You understand? So that's why I want to know if the new currency was created. I'm saying that the fight for Biafra didn't start today. It started many years ago.
Now,
and that what we should be fighting for is the restoration of the truth of Biafra.
Deji.
That's exactly what we did.
Let me come.
We declare. Did we say we declare? Because the declaration has been done by Ojukwu first. Now we declare. We are bringing it up again, calling it restoration. That is it. He says that you can call it declaration, you can call it restoration. We are restoring what has been declared before. You understand?
Yes, I understand you.
So I don't know what our government presently doing is actually in line with UN law.
Yeah, let me come in. Ijele, you take it on a way. So let us break it down for him first. Then he may understand from today, John, because there is a lack of information from his own side, or he refused to adhere towards that. Now, my brother, listen, let me start in this way to you.
Yes,
the way we are fighting for Biafra for over, from 2015 to 2023 is no longer the way we are fighting from 2024 to this day we are into. Number one, the Biafran quest we are asking for right now, under international law, Montevideo Convention, the Biafran people has overmet the criteria to become a new nation. This Montevideo Convention is a convention that was held in 1933, where the whole world gathered together and outlined criteria to be a new country. In the criteria for you to be a new country, there is only four, the most important four out of all the criteria. The criteria is, number one, a permanent population is number one, a permanent population of people. And you can concur with me that Biafran people has a permanent population living in our homeland, or both in diaspora or anywhere. That is number one criteria they ask us to meet. The number two criteria, we have a defined territory. A defined territory. Today, the Biafra we have declared, we have 40 states of United States of Biafra, which you can Google in any search, in Google, in archive, in all these platforms that you can search. Ask of the current United States of Biafra map, our territory. That it can give that we have 40 states that made up of Biafra. This is number two. Then number three, they said, whether in homeland or in exile, that you will have a workable, perfect government who are piloting the affairs of the people. That is number three. Then number four, the government that is effective to enter into agreement with all the countries in the world, even UN, even EU, that you have a government. So now, I want you to first understand that the modus of operandum of the Biafra quest has totally changed. We are no longer in the era of violence. That is what we call woto woto. We are no longer in the era of Ethiopia, but right now, we have faced on a diplomatic movement of what? Writing a petition. And also, I want you to understand that we, the Biafran people, have our self-referendum with over 50 million votes, which was conducted by the Biafran people alone, like what Sudan, like what Kosovo did on their own time. And after till today, they have never done that, their self-referendum vote they conducted by themselves. That is number one. Then number two, after we have conducted this self-referendum vote with over 50 million, giving a mandate to Man Simon Ekpa, the prime minister, that Biafran people choose, because under self-determination, they said that people have a right to choose who will govern them and who will rule them, and who will be their president or who will be their prime minister. The other international law, we have that right, and which you can agree with me or you can testify that it says that people have to choose who will govern them. Please hold on. I give you 26 minutes. I have only talked to 3 minutes. So allow me, please. I want to break you down for you. So I want to break down for you. Then listen. Then after the self-referendum vote, we also voted on social media that we are going to adopt a name called United States of Biafra. Remember, Ojukwu declared independent state of Biafra in 1967 to 1970. Now, before November 29, the Biafran people gathered together and voted that they want to use the name United States of Biafra, that made up of a permanent population, a divine territory, acting effective government that can enter into relationship. And we also voted with over 1,000 delegates that went to Finland on November 29, 2024. What they went there to do? To go and make real declaration of United States of Biafra. In that declaration that happens, like what people call Geneva Convention, they call it a Montevideo Convention. The Convention of Biafran people was held in the year 2024, on November 29, where we all agreed, and from that day, we lower Nigeria flag down in that convention, that we are no longer a member of Nigeria, despite that Nigeria happened to be those who colonized us like the way Britain up to today colonized Nigeria. And we said we are not going to be a Nigeria that's up to today that Britain still controlling Nigeria by. If anybody who want to become a president in Nigeria, he will go to Chatham House in Britain, in UK. They will go there, adopt the person, proving that Nigeria are not even a free nation outrightly from Britain, because none of the Britain, none of America, none of France come to Nigeria to sit in the parliament of Nigeria to choose who will govern America or who will be a president of anybody. But in the so-called Nigeria, which I said that they are not free, they all went to UK every time to choose who will be their president. The Liberian people said, we want outright Nigeria, that we don't want anything that concerns Nigeria again. The only two things I want you to understand from what I'm saying right now is that, one, we have declared Biafra on November 29. And if you have another phone in your hand, I want you to type this I want to say right now. Type on your phone, on which the declaration of United States of Biafra took place in what year and in what month, and done by who. If you ask this question right now, they will direct you what I am telling you. Right, it's already on the map already. Then that by the side. The methodology you said that you don't like, we have changed it. We are no longer using bullets, all this one. No. Now, we, after our declaration, because a declaration under Geneva Convention 1949 said that a declaration of a new country is a first step to prove that people have chosen to become a country. A declaration is a first step to choose, I quote, Geneva Convention, Article 3, paragraph 4 to 10. Read that place. Then you also go to Montevideo Convention, Common Article 9, from paragraph 1 to 15, for people to become a new country. What's the criteria? Then, if you remove this one I am quoting to you, going back to our local way of seeking for the freedom, like what you said about Sudan, yes, the level of the mistake that Sudan have met, we, the Biafran people right now, have never go to that area. I want to draw your attention back. We started with a what? Protest. Did you know when the Biafran people use only flag and whistle and the moving out on the street of the Nigeria, what happens? Nigeria starts shooting those that on the protest with only flag, uniform, as they would draw Biafra on it and flag, and which I was among one of them who are on every protest before I left Nigeria. And I witnessed that with empty hand, that Nigeria continuously shooting us, only singing, give us Biafra, with whistle and placards. That is by the side. From 2015, as I counted to you till this day, when did the Biafran people go into the methodology that you don't like? Then they're moving that one by the side. We are no longer in that era of gun and bullet. Now we have a government. Now we have met this criteria of international law and what they ask us to do. The Biafran people had chosen to write, we send our document officially to Nigeria that Biafra has been re-declared, that we have met a criteria of international law, that Nigeria should withdraw their military and their police. And you being known as a black man, that what work for a white man will not work for us. You know that one for sure. And the self-defense we are talking about, or self-determination, is it with empty hand? When somebody, you are inside your room, somebody is coming from outside with a machete, and you want to defend yourself, are you going to come outside with empty hand? Without having something in your hand? Let us use common sense and forget the international laws right now and what they ask us to do, because self-defense, when you are in a military and there is accidental discharge, let me use that word, and you want to claim self-defense, you will claim that that person was shooting on you as a military man or as someone who is defending yourself before you make out on your own to retaliate back. So the Biafran people right now, we are in all these things that you said that we are not doing well. We have started doing it well after our declaration on November 29, 2024. The declaration was done by a woman called Dr. Ngozi Orabeze, who stood up as the chief of staff of the Biafran people and make a declaration of the United States of Biafra. And that is what we are working now. What you see me doing on my platform is those things that we don't know, bringing out under international law of Geneva Convention, Montevideo Convention, United Nations Charter, and all of them. And even there is one, Vienna Convention, 1978. This all the criteria they ask us to met, they are applying for us out there, is what the Biafran government is now doing. We are no longer in the era of IPOB. We are no longer in the era of Masob. We are no longer in the era of any group at all. We are only one body, which happens to be United States of Biafra. The criteria the international law asks us to meet is what we are. We have overmet, and we are doing more, not thinking the other way around. That is why we are a people who have a permanent population. That is number one thing you will do for you to become a country. We have done that. They asked us to define our territory. Yes, they said that even though that the new country are still, the old one are still on top of the new one, that it does not mean that they are going to stop being a new country. No, because of that Nigeria military, Nigeria army are in our land right now doesn't mean that we are not a new country. They said that a time will come when Nigeria must understand, once we seek for an international recognition that makes Ojukwu to fail in 1967 to 1970. What makes Ojukwu fail is international recognition. Now, the United States of Biafra government focus on this international recognition, which will chase Nigeria away in our land. Declaration leads us to become a sovereign state, my brother. This is a pure facts and figures that the Biafran people are following now. We are no longer following boom, 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 gun and bullets everywhere. But when the time comes for us to defend and chase away Nigeria in our land under international law, we have what guides us. Exactly what I read out this morning before you start commenting. Exactly what I am doing this morning under Geneva Convention 1949. As a history reader or as a researcher, have you come across Montevideo Convention? Have you come across Geneva Convention? Have you come across Vinland Convention? Have you come across UN Charter? When a country is being declared, these are the laws that are guiding us, and whatever we are doing and the government of Biafra is doing now, they are doing it under these four-body laws that controls every country seeking for international recognition with a government, with a document of real declaration. Without real declaration of United States of Biafra, we cannot look for international recognition. We are going to just be like, do you know that Kosovo 2002 did not make official declaration? The only self-referendum vote is what they are using today to become a country. What are they lacking? They are only lacking international recognition, be a member of UN. That is all they are lacking. They are playing football matches as a country. They are doing everything. They have their currency, they have their military, they have their police, they have their air force, they have their self-defense, they have everything. But up to till now, they are not a member of UN officially, but they are a country. That is the way we fall for right now. As we, the Biafran people, who made our official declaration, are seeking for international recognition, which we know that we are not going to use gun and bullets to get international recognition. So we have withdrawn ourselves now that we have made a declaration as a country to maintain the criteria of the international law, what they ask us to do. We are not going to maintain the criteria of Nigeria, no, but we are maintaining the criteria of international law. And also, someone like me, I understand no matter what's happened, Nigeria is a country. I am not going to dispute that for those who believe on it. But for me, who did not believe on it, it's no longer a country to me, because on the article of Geneva Convention, article of 5 said, paragraph 1 said, that because of we made our declaration officially without recognition, it doesn't mean that we will destroy Nigeria people, and if there is any Nigeria who is living in our country, that we are going to arrest them. They said no. Either now that we make official declaration, Nigeria also do not have a right to arrest any Biafran who live in the territory of Nigeria, that we are going to respect each other boundaries and laws. We are going to respect Nigeria existing law by not attacking them, by looking for the international community to give us recognition, also to become a mediator. That is why Nnamdi Kanu said that everything will be on the round table. So I want to end it up here.
That thing is prior international recognition. Though. It's not as if we have been recognized.
Yes.
Before doing this. I mean, that thing you read now.
Yeah.
It's prior while we are waiting for
international recognition. Why we are waiting.
Exactly.
Yes, for international recognition. So all these laws, and like you said, Sudan, the mistake Sudan has made in their past is what our government has learned from, and that is why we withdraw from gun and bullets, my brother. I hope you are following. I want two things for you to take two things home today. That we have made a declaration. We have made a declaration. We met the first criteria of international law. Once you want to become a country, because this international law is what guides every country in the world. Like now that Nigeria went to Kenya to kidnap Nnamdi Kanu, they destroyed the international law by going to kidnap him in Kenya without legal process and bring him back to Nigeria. Nigeria destroyed the international law. But we, the Biafran people with our government, we are working towards to show to the world how peaceful we are. If you listen to the Biafra land right now, there is no longer too much noise of gun and bullets anymore, except those who refuses to work within the government, and Nigerian governments are the one bringing the violence to their sovereign state that was declared on November 29, 2024. This, I know you might not come across, and after we have met those criteria, on that day, we have also print out our currency, a gemma. We have our currency right now. We are not going to use pounds, but what the money we bring out, we present to the Biafran people, the ejema of money. We make it that our one ejema is equal to $1, because the dollar is the viral money in the world. So we have met all this, and our currency is on the line waiting. Our passport is coming, our embassy and everything that international asks us to meet. We, the Biafran people, we have choose legal way this time around, not the other way around. I hope you are with me. We are the one to tell our story. Nobody will tell our story anymore. We, the Biafran people, have choose to tell our story. Now, coming to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, he did not make a declaration. He did not. He only registered IPOB as an organization that will bring the Biafran people together. And he said that a time will come when the Biafran people will give a mandate to form a government that are going to lead to their declaration. The mandate was given to Mas Simon Ekpa. When he was arrested, he transferred the mandate to Dr. Ngozi Orazabeze, the chief of staff. That is why he has every right to start up and make a declaration of United States of Biafra, be a sovereign nation, starting from November 29, 2024. If you never come across of that history, please search for it in archive. You will see it. Then you can read what the government is doing and how we are where we are right now. That is the areas I want to touch hand to you this morning. So for you to know that the modus of operandum has changed. It's no longer that way you have been seeing it before.
Okay, thank you very much for this very comprehensive response. And I must say that I have been educated in some areas and I have been brought up to speed in some areas and some aspects of this quest and this fight. So I appreciate the efforts you are making, and I also appreciate your approach. You know, I mentioned that I like your approach because what you are doing is intellectual engagement, which is very stimulating. Stimulating in the sense that anybody who listens to either your live video or your live event, or anybody who listens to a recording of it, will be able to understand that there is a trajectory you are trying to follow. But I don't know if you don't mind if I can draw your attention to a few things. I don't know.
Yeah, so there is a sister here. Let our sister talk before you go on. There is a sister here.
Yes. Let her comment. Yes.
Yeah. Tina, you have the floor.
Okay, actually, what else to add to what you have just said here? What else? Everything has been laid down here this morning from you. You have said it all. From the 4 international bodies, we are following, actually, like you said, overmet the criteria. We have done that. What we are doing now is that thing you called, what is it again?
Is it recognition?
Recognition, but the way we are doing it is what I'm looking for. God, it's gone out of my thought. But anyway, what actually the government of USB is doing now is actually what the international law says. That's what we are doing, and we are doing it rightly. We are doing it rightly, leaving no stone unturned. And don't forget that this is evidence. You can't compare us, like Chino said here, with those white skin, white people. You can't compare us. No matter how we do it, that's what the word I was looking diplomatically.
Yeah.
No matter how we do it diplomatically, honestly, their eyes will always be on those people having their call. You know how it goes now, my brother Gucci. I can't be telling you, just for you to hear it from my mouth. You know? So, I heard you making mention of our elites, that we have to engage them. And then you can take a horse to the river, but you cannot force a horse to drink the water. You understand? So, starting from Nnamdi, do you know how many times he engaged them in this diplomatic way approach you are talking about? They will promise they will do, but they will do nothing. You know why? Because of what they, again, their selfish interest is always like that. And that notwithstanding, there are so many of them. And you know, when they want to engage, when they want to associate with what we are doing, they will do that anonymously. So this thing we are talking about, there are so many of them who are with us, who agree with what they are doing. They don't want them, they don't want their names, or they don't want to be known publicly. I don't know if you are following. They don't want
And
what they
the
are doing.
and also my brother Deji, sorry, Ijele. I want to tell you this thing. When Maghandi of India is fighting for India, the intellectuals in India did not join him. Freedom is not for a big man. No big man need freedom, because they will see the freedom as what will cage them on their right of carrying sarin and the army passing away when you have a good country. Because in this country where I am, nobody go with convoy. No army, no police anywhere to guide any single human being. The big mans of this country, of this so-called Nigeria, none of them, they don't want freedom. Maghandi did not get any from any big man who support them. Even the Junior Matuta King of America, who liberated America from Britain, how many intellectuals followed him? They are the one who was against what he's doing. Nelson Mandela for South Africa, the big men was against. The big men are the one who put him behind the bars. Mazen Kanu today, the big men of the so-called intellectuals and politicians of Igbo land, Biafra, they are the one who put him behind the bars. Now, listen, freedom is for people like you and I, who want our opinion to come out to the world, who want people to see us and recognize us, not these big men. They are well equipped with what they want, and because of how they are belly food, they don't care about freedom, because this freedom that we're going to talk is the freedom we are fighting for. It's a freedom where every human being has an equal right. Let me give you an example. In a country here I am, on January they enact a law that nobody should place number on social media, on a social media handle, the number of this country. Nobody. Then do you know that a son of the soil of this country went ahead to post his number on comment section and still leave it there? They arrested him. The same prison they asked that if I do it, that they will sentence me for 6 months, which is 1 year, is what they serve to their own citizens. In Nigeria that we are looking for, that you want these people to come and look for the freedom, is it the freedom that will engage them so they will not come at you and mash you ahead? I'm telling you that freedom is for you and I, not for big man. No big man wants freedom. Go and check. No big man has lead his people. Go and check for Bangladesh. Rahman of Bangladesh, who later becomes the president of Bangladesh after the declaration, and he was arrested. Once Bangladesh gets recognition from India and Soviet Union and one other country, their leader was released. So that is, we know what we are fighting this time around. We have gone into diplomatic movement of this movement that we are into, no longer in the era of gun and bullet. And also, Deji, I want to tell you one thing. Check out on Amazon. You will see Biafran Constitution. You will see what we project out for the citizens of Biafra and non-citizens. So you may know that we have now prepared ourselves more than the way we are before. We have also learned from the mistake of Kosovo. We have also learned from the mistake of Sudan. That is why we are going diplomatic and legal into political movement of our recognition right now. Thank you so much as we are listening. Deji.
Yeah, I will leave Deji to say something now. But Mazi Chino, thank you so much. You rightfully said it here. Freedom. You and I, Black Africans. I hate calling us blacks. Honestly, Africans we are. Africans, you all know too well that freedom is for the common man and not for all these enemies and people who are already eating. You cannot stop them from eating. rather there will be the one stopping you from doing what is necessary to gain your freedom because they eat from your slavery.
Exactly.
They eat from you being caged up. So freedom is for the common man. So, and again, waiting for our elites, our southeastern leaders or governors to join us before we know that we are doing it right or we will get what we want. It's a rock. So, quando your Yoruba people say it's a rock, Abi.
You roll up
It's a
and
rock. Yeah. It's a wrong, my brother. We can't be waiting for people who don't even have the freedom of their own. Oh. Like Chino said here, they themselves, they are caged up by Britain still till today. Even where they have their strength is on us, the common people. They are being caged up. Oh. They can't do anything without seeking the advice of their colonial masters. So is that who you want us to wait for before we can do what humanly possible, what we can do to free ourselves? We must do it. It's a must. And thank God, all the people we have now at the helm of affairs are the people that knows the law. They are following all the criteria that we have made them. Our currency is down there. We have our ID running. We have our passports in the way. We have everything set up, my dear Deji. Thank you so much for coming up. You are a man. I
he's
am
yes.
you. Are
He's a
very
man.
well. So
He's a
thank
man.
you so much. Mazi Deji. Yeah, for showing interest in this our freedom. I so
Yes.
much love it. Thank you very much.
Miles, you can take the mic and submit your final submission. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your very generous comment, Madam, our very indefatigable lady. You know, I'm very impressed by your political sagacity and your ability to understand these issues, and then your willingness to stand, head above shoulders to express yourself. You and I know what our world is made up of. Though I'm sure probably you have also, attained that level of enlightenment that, puts you at a very advantage position. But let me quickly go to my responses. I really appreciate most of the comments, and I really now understand better most of, what is going on. And like I said, I am for what works. I you get what I'm saying? Not
Yes.
necessarily what is legal. I
Yeah.
am for what will work.
Yeah.
If you take a step and that step is the right step, but it doesn't work, then you should ask yourself, what other steps would you take without necessarily what jeopardizing what you're fighting for? I don't know if you understand what I'm
Very
saying.
well. Very well.
And the question today is, if all the necessary steps have been taken during the United States of the redeclaration, okay, in the
Yeah.
recent one, that if all necessary have been taken, what are the stumbling blocks that are preventing the recognition by the international community of what of the state of the art? These are the questions I want to react to. Are you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And discuss with you. No, you mentioned a number of conventions, and fortunately for me, I actually teach a course in international relations, and the title of the course is International Organizations in the 20th and 21st Century. That's the title of the course I teach. So, and when I teach students, I usually, explain the international conventions to them right from the Concert of Europe in 1648, which was the first time countries came together to meet, okay,
Yeah.
to decide that people can come together and recognize sovereignty. This was the Warsaw Pact. I don't know, no, not the Warsaw Pact, the Treaty of Westphalia, 1648. That was the first time people came together and said, you have your territory, I have my territory. Let's respect each other's
Boundary.
territory. That was the
Yeah.
first time.
Yeah.
I've sorted all conventions up to the Vienna Convention, even up to date that you have mentioned. So, but let me react to a few based on my little, you understand, what I can remember. I can't remember much, but based on what I can remember. The UN Charter which was the first you mentioned, okay?
Yeah.
When it comes to the recognition states, having fulfilled all processes, are you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Which people need to fulfill in expressing their desire and intent to have a state. You understand what I'm saying? The UN Charter, first and foremost, like I like what you said that the use of force has been abolished. That is the right step in the right direction, and I'm happy to hear this. Are you getting what I'm saying? Because previously, what I had thought of was that the what do you call it, the militancy continues and all those sit at homes, forceful sit at homes, which is even making people who are already supporting before to start getting unhappy that they are now victims of a system they are even craving for. If I'm craving for a state, and because the people that are heading it want it to become a reality and are now become a victim, even if the person wants it, he will still be feeling bad because he's now a victim. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah,
so, but this new approach of not, no violence is a very good approach. I get what I'm saying. I know the question on your mind is, having followed the new process, lay down of arms, no more fighting, what is preventing recognition and what is preventing the next stage of the recognition of the state of Biafra? I want to discuss some of these issues. Now, under the United Nations, Nigeria is recognized as a sovereign state. And United Nations, sparing any special instance, which I will get to later, would not recognize anything that alters, questions the sovereignty of Nigeria as a member of the United Nations. Are you getting what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The United Nations is recognizing state recognizes the right to self-determination, but it also at the same time protects the integrity of sovereign states. You can see that there's a delicate balance that needs to be applied.
Yes, there is, but let me, on this place, we need to be interacting together. Now, on this particular place, let me shift something in to brief you up. They said that it's in personal, and they will not interfere on the issue of Nigeria because of their sovereignty as a state. But once a new country is being declared and seek, they said that we have to submit our document. Now, the question is, what is this document we submit on UN for them to give us recognition? The document is two documents. One is document of our official declaration, Biafra, with a date. That is number one. That is what happened on November 29. Then number two, our personal self-referendum vote. And also, like, remember you mentioned about grievances. All these things you said here is in our grievances. We put all of them together. So we have 3 documents that we are presented. And the ones we are presenting, they said we will apply for application of UN membership. Then how do we apply it? We apply it from one country who is a member of UN to say we recognize these people, their states, their new states. And the only way you may understand it very well that in that United Nations Charter, they acknowledge there is when a people will become a new state. I hope you can understand it clearly. Then when you become a new state and under Nigeria who are colonizing us right now, they will not intervene if we did not make official declaration. If we did not have a document, they will not. But once we push our document to them, proving that we had official declaration, we have our own personal self-referendum, we have our grievances, then they will look at us and say, okay, these people, they need to call Nigeria to, like, they also ask us, how do we contact Nigeria? And we will say, look at evidence. On after November 29, we send a document to Nigeria, which Nigeria received that Biafra has been re-declared as of now. Then, after Nigeria have received it, it simply means that Nigeria is occupied in a foreign state. In a foreign state right now. So the UN prove us to that we have to submit, and after submit, we will wait for recognition. The recognition will come when they see that we are peaceful on our own, that we are no longer into gun and bullet is part of what will trigger our recognition. And also using this name of Nnamdi Kanu as a president of United States of Biafra, who was kidnapped in Kenya, legally bring down to Nigeria. Also using them of Simon Ekpa as the prime minister, who was also arrested and illegally detained in Finland. This, as they said, it can attract pity. They use that word, that it can attract pity to UN to recognize us after we have met all these criteria and they pass through the normal process to United Nations Council Security Outfit. These are part of the things that we have to do.
I just want to chip something in there.
Okay.
Regarding that question, what is stopping the international recognition? My dear brother, this is just barely a year we declare this USP. It's not something, if it comes that quick, we love it. If it comes that quick, we love it. But it's not something that we will see happening just immediately.
Yes.
We just barely declared, not even up to a year. So many countries that are free today started getting their recognition. Their own started maybe some years after. You understand? So this question, I should say, is like so it's a sudden one. It's not that it cannot happen. It can happen, but being an African country, like they are expecting it to happen so quick like that. It should be a miracle. It should be a miracle.
So what I wanted to say, having listened to both comments from the two distinguished speakers, which are both of you, I want to just say, if you like saying, the referendum was adopted, right, and there was a redeclaration of the Biafra Republic.
Yeah.
Right?
The declaration of United States, put that word, United States of Biafra. United States of Biafra.
United States of
Biafra.
Biafra.
Yeah.
So, I was trying to understand I'm not really go through the breakdown of this new declaration of the United States of Biafra. November, which year was that?
November 29, 2024. Last year.
2024.
Yes.
Good. I used to watch the videos of Mazi Simon Ekpa. You understand what I'm saying? I used to watch his videos and see most of his agitations, trying to lay a legal framework and a foundation for the quest for the attainment of the state of Biafra. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I've seen many of his videos where he's been talking about the Nigerian government not wanting to listen and Nigerian government not wanting to cooperate and all of that, and that nothing can stop an idea whose time has come. I listened to most of those, but at the point, I didn't get to see when the declaration happened. You understand what I'm saying? So,
okay. But
the little thing I just want to comment, without how do I put it now? Without predicting, is first and foremost, if there was such a declaration, it should be something that should have been widely broadcasted, not only to people who are from the southeast of the country. It is something that every part of this country should have gotten aware about.
They knew. They knew. It's everywhere. Yeah, are you on S handle? Are you on? Do you have S handle? Deji, do you have S handle?
I have a very active S handle.
Then if you're on S handle, you're supposed to know. You're supposed to see our declaration everywhere.
Referendum is not anything anywhere hidden. No.
I'm not saying it is hidden. Let me please. I give you my things. You can check. I'm not afraid of saying anything.
Okay.
I'm not even hiding my identity. I used to be the head of new media at the AI in Nigeria. Okay, and most of my activities in the north. I what I'm saying, and I work in the north. I'm working from the north. You understand what I'm saying? To the first, this information is not widespread in the north. And honestly, any information that doesn't get to be widespread in northern Nigeria, okay, for the people's consumption, it's complete. It's not complete because the people to be aware that some people are looking for something. Remember during the last where Northerners started protesting, and where the flag of Mali, Niger Republic, when Russia, rather, who were flying the flag of Russia. I don't know if you remember that episode
Yes,
in Nigeria.
yes.
People were, why did it get to that extent? It was because so people within the system let the people of northern Nigeria realize that the government of Mali, governments of Sahelian states, Mali and those Burkina Faso, and also the government of Niger, these three countries that that broke out of ECOWAS. You understand what I'm saying? That these governments, were fighting for the interest of their people. And they let the North know that the northern leaders are not fighting for the interest of the northerners. So it was something that I wanted to start, except for the fact that there was a DSS crackdown and funding stopped. Honestly, it would have become a different event. The North would have gone on rampage. And the story of today will not be the story that we are seeing. I get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So things need to be
sorry, my dear brother. Sorry, my dear brother. I heard you saying that you follow Mazi Simon Emma, right?
Yeah, up to a point. I said at a point I became disengaged. That's what I said.
So at what point did you disengage his platform? Because every day when this process of self-referendum was going on, every blessed
he's posting it.
He always talking about posting it.
Everything
community. And again, what I want to say again is this self-referendum is only for us, not for the whole Nigeria.
Yeah.
Only for us, their friends.
But the whole Nigeria, they are aware.
And we got over 50 million. You know how many? We can say 90% of their friends. So what are we talking about? We don't need everybody to get this freedom.
Let me say this. You see, when you want to get legitimacy, ensure that everybody, they don't have to be carried along. You don't have to buy into it, but there must be some sort of massive awareness that this is the step we are taking. But let me also say that, usually when an action is being taken, there should have been some kind of independent monitor. Let's say an agency of the United Nations was informed that we are carrying out a referendum and we want to if they refuse to participate in the referendum, if they refuse to participate, then the blood will be on their head that if they refuse to participate. Invited as independent monitors. It might even be, it may not necessarily be the International United Nations, it might be any non-governmental organization like an NGO that is involved in people's rights and people's right for self-determination. They can be invited to be independent observers and independent auditors of these counts of
Deji, because of at a point you disengage from Simon, but that is why you see all these things you are saying, all this impersonal something, all of them there was invited. A lot of social media carry it too. What I want to do is now I have your number. I will be sending you some things that happened that which you must not even know. The one I say you will be shocked. So I'll be giving you some videos. I will give you now on your platform, on your WhatsApp. I will be sending some things to you, so you may start looking and think and see why we are sounding the way we are sounding. You can see that we are not fighting anybody here. We are very peaceful. Now is a time Biafran people with the government are choosing to be peaceful because the international recognition.
Your platform is one of the most organized platforms I've ever participated in. Your level of intellectual arrangement, looks like somebody who has spent a lot of years in the academic system. I'm highly impressed. I must tell you this. And I think you need to be supported as much as possible.
Exactly. Yes. We need support in this platform. We are looking for one gadget left, please.
Yeah.
Please. And lover of freedom. Everybody, not only for their concern. All lover of freedom, please support this platform. We need to get this because once Biafra is free, every other African that
is free.
Yes. So when you support freedom, you get freedom. That is it. There is something I want to say here, please. This this referendum, let me ask a question. Something that was a process that kept going on, both on ground and abroad, diaspora, electronic and manual.
Yeah.
For getting to 1 year, what other awareness that can go for 1 year that is not viral, that will not go viral? You see? So that self-determination process, with all up to 1 year, is it,
Yeah, even a Channel Television carried. He said that the self-acclaimed Channel Television said the self-acclaimed Prime Minister of the Biafran people are conducting self-referendum. They carry all of them carry this news all around, all along. They carry it. But the issue is this: when the Nigerian media was paid not to talk anything about Biafra. Then on the international global stage, there is some IGOs who's come in, they gather the news and they even publish it also. Even Finland, they publish the news of several of Biafran people. Even Finland on their own. So my brother, what we are doing is this.
The truth is this: they were taking us on serious. They were seeing us as being on serious. They never knew it would get to this point. They never knew. Those days we were doing this referendum, both electronically and manual, on ground and diaspora.
And the happiness of it is that the manual in the homeland passes those on the abroad. It's everywhere. Don't worry, I will. One. What we do, we send him some videos. We'll flash him many videos so he can reconnect. That's what we do to him, so he can know.
Even shocked, even Channel Television, they were even shocked that those people on ground, I mean in Biafra land, they were bold.
Massive vote, more than those in abroad.
They were not showing their faces. They were bold doing it. You see election, very peaceful election. Thank God. Oh my dear brother. Over 1 year.
That is why my brother Deji, on this issue of self-referendum is the next, if not that we have used our time, starting from tomorrow morning, the same time you see me, I'm going to be interacting with this issue of self-referendum vote. The right of self-referendum by tomorrow morning. So we are going to read it on the international aspect of it and how it affects us locally as the Biafran people who claim, like the way the other people said, that we are claiming self-referendum. We are not claiming it, but the time will come when we everything, because do you remember that when you born a child, the child will start from playing, right, before being serious. And when you never play in your life, you can't be serious. It's only those play is from where you correct your mistake and move forward. That is why sometimes when we are in pre-nursery, we play a lot. When we're in primary, we play. But once people will say, this one where they go to just they play, the child is still going to school until when he gets. So the world undermined what we are doing, but we who are doing it with these international laws of the bodies of it, I now have the summon courage to know that the government is doing right. Do you know where we did the right thing? Do you know where we finished our matter? They said declaration is number one first step to prove that people determined to have their own new nation. Declaration. That is number one first step. And they said that the declaration is very important tool to win diplomatic international recognition under Geneva Convention and the UN Charter. Moreover, UN Charter Article 4 in paragraph 2 in bracket A/C said that declaration is a first step to prove that people have started living as an existing sovereignty nation. Do you know why Kosovo remain where they are today? Kosovo did not make official declaration. Rather, they use their self-referendum vote within themselves to want to become a country. That is why they say they lack the criteria to be a membership of UN. Do you know that a country in Northern Cyprus today there is a country, Northern Cyprus today they are a country, but do you know why? They lack international recognition because of the way they did. But this country, I'm telling you, they have their police, they have their army, they have everything, even their Even what? Even their own currency. Kosovo, without being a member of UN, are they not a country? They are a country. So we might choose other way around. And nobody will interject to us. It's a matter of a time. It takes Finland 2 years before Finland gets international recognition. It takes Bangladesh 2 years before they get international recognition. It takes even America you are seeing today. It takes them time. The first country that give recognition, France was among them. Even when they are fighting to leave Britain, France was the one giving them weapon for them to move ahead. So those criteria and those things that they hide for us, we are researching and bringing out our own knowledge so people may know that this is the right, no matter how a black man, how African man reason. That is why sometimes I will say we must stop the way we are reasoning, and we are reasoning according to how what law asks us. And they said that now that we have made official declaration that if Nigeria continuously occupying in our land, that they are breaking international law for a sovereignty of a new state. All these things are there. So the only my happiness is that the international recognized that there was a time a new country must merge. Now in Africa, in Nigeria, a new country has merged, happened to be United States of Biafra, that was declared on November 29, 2024. That is who we are. We are not going back. We are looking for legal way and the diplomatic aspects under international global stage, under anywhere. It takes Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu 1 year again before a country like 5 countries who recognized Biafra in 1967, 1970. But do you know why Ojukwu fell? Number 1 is lack of media. Number 2 is there is no international recognition. Those are the member of UN. We are talking of country like today. Let me just use some. Let me say country like Russia, country like Australia, country like Japan, country like all these countries, none of them recognize Biafra. That is why Ojukwu fell. And today, from that place he fell. That is why we enter closely anything concerned UN membership. That is why we are seeking. So we may not fail again. So my brother, the Biafran people have chosen the right way. We have learned our mistake from what happened to South Sudan. We have learned from Kosovo. We have learned for Cyprus. We have learned from Taiwan. There is many countries that are here today. Even you in Africa now, when they are playing Nations Cup, are you not hearing many countries that you don't even know that exist in this world? But they have their team, they have their population, they have their everything. That is the level where we have find ourselves. We, the Biafran people, we decided that we should push ahead peacefully for us to be a peaceful country. So the world will say, oh, see how peaceful they are. They are looking to know how we handle Nigeria issue and our internal affair. All these things is the process. These are the things that can also delay the international recognition. They want to see how we can handle our affairs. So that is why we are very peaceful this time around. So for them to see how prepared we are, that we can control our internal affair, that we can get without Nigeria by not fighting, by through pen and paper. That is the area we are pushing for now, my brother. Thank you so much for your understanding and being here.
I was expecting those things from you.
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know what name,
her name is Tina.
Yes, Tina, God bless you. And also, I was expecting. I'll also send something. I'll share something. My ticket position paper. Share it so that you can see my perspective.
Okay. All right.
And
all right.
have it record. Have my record.
Bless you too, my brother.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
I want to have a long ticket.
And you too. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yes, I wish Biafra the.
Thank you. Yes, so and also you know that there are people who are preparing. You know that they are pushing. Hope you know.
No mind.
No. Do not undermine them. Please do not undermine it because it's from play. It gets serious.
Sorry. Let me. I'm not undermining. I just put.
Yeah.
I just want you to know.
Yeah.
That my people. Okay.
Yeah.
As long as they are still getting some government, I get what I'm saying.
Okay.
They would not
Be serious.
Today, the hammer comes on them heavily. Are you getting what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That they wake up For now, you can see that Tinubu is sharing all the goodies to them, right?
Yes.
You can see that many people that are making all right?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the only credible voice, which is late Abdola's wife, is late now. She's the only person that was making a credible fight.
Okay. Go on, Deji, go on.
Hello?
Go on. I mute my mic so it cannot make noise.
Yes, this Abdola's wife, she just died about a few more, I think 2 or 3 months ago. She's the only lone voice that I saw as a credible voice. The others, they are just shouting for recognition. You understand?
Yeah.
I'm very sure the Nigerian state would have tried to bribe EPA. I'm very sure the Nigerian state would have probably tried to even bribe Nnamdi Kanu, but they refused to yield. They refused to yield. They would have offered them many things. Look, drop this thing.
They offer many things.
Let's provide you with this.
Yeah.
They would have refused. That's why they continue to become political prisoners in the hands of the government.
Yeah.
But our own people are not yet ready because they have not started feeling the heat of the dysfunctional system that Nigeria represents. Until the day it comes heavily, you understand? It was when Patrioti's daughter was killed by bandits inside the forest. That was when people started making noise. Anytime something bad happens and they are not involved in it, you see them make noise. But the moment they have a share at the table, they will not see anything again. So this is the problem we have. So I don't consider that as a serious succession program. You understand? Any program that cannot be sustained and that is based on whether you are benefiting or not is not a program that should be considered a serious program. So for now, in Nigeria, I recognize the quest for Biafra and I recognize the quest for Ambazonia in Cameroon. Those are the only 2 people that I think very close to us that are serious about getting independence. I have interacted with people from Ambazonia too. You know, I traveled to Cameroon through Tongo, very close to Jada, Atiku's hometown. I entered there and I met Ambazonians and I had a serious conversation with them. And I know that these people are very serious about getting their independence. So thank you very much. And I'll yield the mic. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Anyway, do not give up on your people. You know, please, whatever you do that will help, you contribute to them. Whatever you know that will help them, do well to contribute. Do not give up on them. Because everybody needs that freedom from Nigeria. We all need that freedom. But if Biafra gets it first, it will be more easier for other indigenous people of Nigeria. Okay?
That's true. I agree with you.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Please have a lovely day.
Thank you. Have a lovely day. We'll let us summarize. Okay, thank you so much, everybody. Yes. My people, we are not going to go on our. We have a phone call. Somebody's been waiting. EK Jesus, good morning.
Morning.
You're welcome, my brother. You're welcome.
Let me quickly say something to Adedeji.
Yeah.
Before went fine for today. I appreciate you so much for your understanding. The way you stand like somebody that used to travel. You do not sound as somebody that is grown up in one particular place in Yoruba land.
Honestly, he's a very intelligent man. He's very, very intelligent.
Yeah. He's a traveler. He's a traveler. When I'm not trying to say some to bring insult to my beloved brothers of Oduduwa. There's the people that when you see people that used to travel, their mentality and their reason, the way they talk is different than the people that stay in one spot in Yoruba land. You understand?
Yes.
Because I've been in Yoruba land. When I went to Yoruba land in 1991, before I left Yoruba land, I think 3 years ago. 3 years ago. So they want to give Oba. They're supposed to give me a king for Yoruba land. 30-something years. Hello?
Yeah, we
Can you hear me?
listen. Yes, very well, very well.
Oh.
You are coming out. You are coming out. You are coming out very well. You are coming out.
Okay. Okay. So I want to appreciate him so much. The way he conducts himself, the way he spoke, the way he think. But I want to plead him for one thing concerning his people. He will not say that his people is not serious. My advice to him, if you know 1, 2, or 3 things that he will contribute to his people, he should go ahead and do it.
Exactly.
He will bring he will have a mighty legacy in his own land. Not to say that they are not serious. I know that some people are not serious. The same thing happened to us.
Yeah.
The same thing happened to us. Our leader Nnamdi Kanu, when over 50 million Biafra was following him, our leader said he's still looking for 100 people. Imagine that.
Yes.
He said he's still looking for 100 people. So imagine that with the over millions of people of Biafra that is following him, he have not find 100 people. Imagine that. So upon that, he did not say that he's pretty. He still stood until he gets what is won. Before they keep him, he don't know that God is already prepared those people for him. And those people is working. The United States of Biafra government that are working that are working great, that are doing massive. So my brother, please, if you know one or two things that you know, like the way you stand is the way you speak sound, even past most of your leaders.
Honestly.
That are dictating your state to do the one. Please, I want you to contribute for them. Call them. Enlighten them. We can talk from, look at what Biafrans are doing, look at what the countries are doing. You are very, very learned person, and you have wisdom. Please, I want you to do that, and God will bless you. This freedom we are fighting is for all of us. It's not for only Biafra. It's for all Africa.
Yeah.
If the Biafra have that freedom today, my dear brother, you will enjoy it. Yoruba people will enjoy it. Hausa people will enjoy it. We already have our independence already. Please, sorry for that word I just said. On the 9th of November 2024, we declare Biafra, and our government is working both the whole land and in diaspora. I want to recommend you once again, Ray TV. You are doing a massive. You are doing a great. You are doing a great. You are doing a great. I love you so much. It's a new day. We are going home.
For sure.
I want to use this opportunity to thank our DPM, Dr. Ngozi Orabeze. He's a great woman. Please, Ray TV, please make sure that you send him to our declaration videos. I want you to send him to him.
For sure.
So let him watch.
We are going to do that.
And God will bless him. I love him so much.
Yeah, he's
I
a man.
thank him once again. We are lovely people. We scatter all over the world because we are lovely people. We are not greedy. Anywhere we went with the flow, we carry word along so that the world will be a better place to everybody. But some certain people don't want that. But with that, we don't have choice to have our country, to develop our lovely country called United States of Biafra.
Yes.
Thank you and God bless.
God bless
I
you.
wanted to
Ike
say some
Jesus.
things before, but the way our brother conducts himself, I love him so much.
I
Thank
know.
you.
I
and
see
God
you.
bless
Thank you so
and
much.
God bless the United States of Biafra. And God bless our brother Adedeji.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, my fellow Biafrans, please, we are going to end it here because unless you can only receive calls, but the next program we're supposed to run the second article because of our conversation with our brother. Very smooth and important understanding conversation we had. We are not going to put it on top of it again today. Starting from tomorrow, we will still maintain on our level of the international global community our right of our self-defense, or also what the self-defense proved to the Biafran people is the main thing that we are going to go into. We are going to go anything that self-referendum vote, self-determination, all these self we are going to know about it more and more tomorrow, so we can know what is our right and what is not our right, and we can also know why the government choose the way they are doing things right now. We are in a government, we are in a country, we are no longer in a group. No more group anymore. Every group dies on November 20, 2024. That is when no more group anymore anywhere. What we have now is what? We have the government of United States of Biafra. That's our able woman, Dr. Ngozi Arabes, is leading the affairs of the Biafran people right now. So I want us to know that everything that we are doing, that Chukwuka Abiam is with us. I also ask you, please, I need your help. I need your support. Voluntarily, whatever you can give us to support this platform, we are looking for gadgets to make this platform a bigger one. So as our brother comes, everybody will use link. He comes saying, we will rub our mind together. I mean, no insult, no harm. Then we will learn, because we are born to learn every day. The way we are born to make mistakes is the same way we are born to learn every day to move on in our life. So please, my dear people of Biafra, I want to thank everybody who has joined us today, and I want you to know that it is your right to have a new nation. It is our right to make a declaration, and this declaration is a saver of us. It's also from this declaration, from there is where we are going to do what? We are going to seek for international recognition. From there we can apply, we can look for United Nations application for us to submit. It is important, my people. Do not shy away from the truth. I want to conclude by allowing our videos to play again, so you may understand the danger when we refuse to make a declaration, and the benefit when we make a declaration. When our leaders, when our president Nnamdi Kanu was kidnapped from Kenya to Nigeria till today, and also how about the prime minister was also arrested illegally and judged illegally in Finland because of colluding of Nigeria. We, the Biafran people, we have opted out from Nigeria from November 20, 2024. We become a sovereign state. Nigeria is occupying a foreign state, a sovereign state. They must leave. But we will make them to leave with international recognitions. It's what will trigger Nigeria to live in our land. I want you to know that everything that we are doing, that Chukwuka Abiam is in charge, and he is the one controlling the affairs of the Biafran people. Declaration document, very important in whatever we are doing. Declaration document, the way of the people proving that they want a new country. Declaration document. It is very, very important into what we are doing. The document is very important. Without that, that's why I told you that do not mind the shenanigan of the enemies like Ogenkere. They can never get any international recognition. They cannot. That is what they said. So when you know it, you stop contributing money and giving them your money, because that thing they are telling you is not going to happen. Listen to the importance of the declaration document. This is the level area we're going to use to close this program today for you to know how important the declaration is.
A declaration document for a new country is important under international law, but it's not the sole determinant of its existence. Its primary significance is as a formal proclamation of the new state's intention and will to be an independent entity. However, its effectiveness depends on whether the new entity can satisfy the criteria for statehood as defined by international law, and whether it receives recognition from other states. The Montevideo Convention, the core of statehood, international law does not have a single, definitive document that governs the creation of new countries. However, the most widely accepted set of criteria for statehood is outlined in the 1933 Montevideo Convention on the Rights and Duties of States. Article 1 of this convention sets out 4 key qualifications that a state must possess. Permanent population. There needs to be a community of people residing within the territory. Defined territory. The state must have a clear, established area of land, even if its borders are in dispute. Government. There must be an effective government that can exercise control over the territory and its population. Capacity to enter into relations with other states. The entity must have the legal and practical ability to conduct foreign relations, make treaties, and engage with the international community. The role of the declaration. A declaration document, often called a Declaration of Independence, is a unilateral act that formally announces the intent to create a new state. While it's not a legal requirement for statehood, it serves several important purposes. Manifestation of intent. It's a public and clear statement of the new entity's will to be independent, which is a crucial first step in the process. Legal basis. It can be seen as a legal instrument with domestic and international effects, especially if it's issued by authorities that have effective control over the territory. Sovereignty. The declaration asserts the new state's claim to sovereignty, the ultimate authority over its territory and people, free from external control. Recognition by other states. Another key factor is recognition by other states. There are 2 main theories on this. Declarative theory. This is the more dominant view in modern international law. It holds that a state's existence is a matter of fact, based on whether it meets the 4 criteria of the Montevideo Convention. Recognition by other states is merely a declaratory act, acknowledging an existing reality. Constitutive theory. This older theory argues that an entity becomes a state only when it is recognized by other states. Without this recognition, it doesn't have the status of a state in the international community. While the declarative theory is generally preferred, recognition is still incredibly important. It gives the new state a place on the international stage, allowing it to join international organizations, participate in treaties, and conduct diplomatic relations. A declaration document is the first step, but it must be followed by a demonstrated ability to govern and interact with the world to be truly effective.
I hope we all had it, the documents of our declaration. The most first step, number 1. Anything in life start with number 1. So that is what I want us to understand. I can see we have run 4 hours. I just came back from work, 7 o'clock, and here I am. This is after 12. So please, it's time to go and take some rest, and I'm still having my duty. So we'll see again tomorrow morning, the same time, my dear friend people. Remember, we are going to go into self-referendum votes. Why it is important for a new country. What does it stand for? What does it mean for the people? And why do they have connected the self-referendum vote? These are part of the things that we, tomorrow, on international law, we're going to know what they ask us and how they see what we have done already. And what they tell us more to do. We must follow these criteria of international law. That is what will trigger recognition to us, for them to know that the Biafran people are well peaceful, mannered people who understand the laws and how the life is all about moving. These are the figures, these are the truth that we all must know. Nobody else will do it for except we, the Biafran people. It is our right to have a new country. It is our right to choose our president. It is our right to choose our prime minister. And we have done that as the people of the new country. So take home today all the things that you have had and keep on thinking about it. And also have it in mind. Use that and support your government very well. As Saturday is drawing very close, next tomorrow, please, you have had all this. Come and support the government for them to use the money to do the needful. Please, my people. So I want to thank you all that have been here for over 4 hours. So I thank you, and may Elohim continue to bless and protect us and guide us and give us more understanding, more endurance for us to work with our government and protect the government and make sure everything is okay in our life. So I will do that for you. I ask for all this. He said, thank you. From here and from me, it is have a wonderful day.